Step 1, wake up early, gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Yo, set your affirmations, aspirations. I got shit to do, the aftermath of preparation. Good food, good mood, blood in circulation. One step at a time, yeah, that's how you make it. Set a goal you control and the steps you take them. I try to pick one thought, have some concentration. And if I make a mistake, it's called education. I try to do this every day, call it replication. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 So life ain't easy, yo, I think there's a reason though. Ups and downs, just like every different season, yo. Sometimes I'm high, other times I'm barely breathing, though. I always gotta fight and hide from the demons, yo. Negative thoughts are poison, they rot. Head full of flies, so here come the clouds. They'll never stop unless I can swap all the bad for the good in my head when I'm lost. Yeah, so I'ma fake it till I make it. Positive thoughts are overtaken, I got patience. One day at a time is how you operate a cadence. A flow, you grow, you show yourself a foundation. Stay away from all the shit that causes temptation. I know that I like to do it cause it's sensation. I live my life in my head like a narration. Don't expect greatness, do my best, man, I'll take it. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Wake up, today's gonna be a good day.
Wake up early, gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
I wake up every minute with a fever dreams. I push my mind to a limit where it needs to be. I work blind, got vision I don't need to see. I'm picking mind over matter, I believe in me. I need to find more hours in the day to breathe. Need to find more power in the way I be. And when my mind turns sour with the painful scenes, I need to scream out loud, I can't stop me. I wanna be the greatest like Rocky. You know I leave them all hating like a hobby. I'm out here making moves like a lobby. And if you ain't with me, it's your loss, see. I got my mind on the facts, I'm a python, grab what I like real fast. Stroke until I have everything I attack, everything that I lack, everything that I want, and I see, matter of fact.
Cause I'm my own worst enemy. Only if I let it be. I can control anything if I can just think carefully. I control my destiny. Deep up in my mind I manifest it. Every trust it.
Hello and welcome and good morning. Welcome to My Mind Over Your Matter. My name is Rick. I'm tired. Hold on one second. I'm super tired. I try to sleep. I slept okay, but I didn't sleep too good. I didn't have a good night's sleep. And I was like, fuck it, I want to go through some news. So let's get right to it. Let's watch some news and see what happened last night, because last night was pretty crazy. So give me 1 second so I can set this up. Let me see what happened last night. Okay, here we go. Let's watch.
Tonight, that's a live look at the South Portland ICE facility, where federal agents have been using tear gas and other munitions tonight to push back protesters near the ICE building and making several arrests. Good evening. I'm Lisa Balick, and this is The 10. A federal judge in Portland this afternoon ruling that the Trump administration cannot send in National Guard troops, at least for now. Yeah. That announcement comes as protests escalated today outside of the ICE building in South Portland. Our Ariel Salk joins us live from there now. Ariel, tell us what's happening right there. I see you've got the gas mask out, and I understand that you took a hit of tear gas earlier tonight.
Yeah, just about an hour ago, we were standing right there when a handful of ICE agents came out. They formed a line and started moving protesters back and back all the way down. We got one block down. That's when some pepper bullets were starting to be shot over. And then tear gas, one canister after another. It really burns your eyes, your throat. Luckily, we had some respiratory masks, but not everybody was as fortunate to be as prepared. But here, take a look. You can really see that gas really taking over the street, just flooding it all the way down. So we moved several blocks from there, maybe 3 or 4 blocks before we could get it cleared out. And now we came back. Now, this was not the first time that their tear gas was used today. Earlier, there was a march set to start at the Elizabeth Carruthers Park. About 300 or so marchers came over to the ICE building. Now, the organizer of that march says that when they got to the building, that's when they were met with the first round of tear gas for the day. She was arrested by ICE along with a handful of other people. I spoke with her right after she was released around 5:30 today. I asked her what it was like inside.
It was really horrible inside. There's a bunch of different holding cells
Not
with
this
like
one.
really
We saw this one
fluorescent
yesterday.
lights. There's no bedding. It's just like complete concrete. The phones didn't work. They didn't have phones working in the entire facility. There's all these different like posters on the wall encouraging people to self-deport. It's a really horrible place.
With the facility, I doubt it.
Now, she says she is being charged with trespassing on federal property. We saw at least one other person released from ICE custody today. Coin 6 has reached out to the Department of Homeland Security to find out how many people have been arrested today. Excuse me, and we are waiting on the response.
This reporter's a mess.
So we're continuing our coverage out here down the street. We saw a handful of Portland police officers.
Not a good reporter.
You can still kind of get that gas and that pepper spray in your pepper bullets in the air. But we're going to continue bringing you the latest.
What the
Lisa?
She's talking about?
All right, Ariel, this was just from federal agents.
Girl, you are not a good reporter.
Yeah, so the federal agents over here, there are Portland police down the block posted up in different areas. But no, when we were saying the tear gas and stuff, that was federal agents, ICE.
Oh, I can't with her.
All right, thanks, Ariel. Thanks for being out there. We'll be checking
I
back
can't
in.
wear her. She's a clown. We need a better reporter. Like, seriously, let's continue.
CBS's Willie James Inman is at the White House with new details on the push for a ceasefire. Willie James.
Hey there, Tom. Good evening to you. President Trump says Hamas must move quickly in a social media post today as he played golf at his Virginia club. He also stressed the urgency of getting the deal across the finish line. In a video message recorded on Friday, the president said he's hopeful there can finally be peace after nearly 2 years of war. Here's part of what the president said.
We'll see how it all turns out. We have to get the final word down and concrete. Very importantly, I look forward to having the hostages come home to their parents.
And as Deborah mentioned, the president is sending his Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff and his former advisor and son-in-law Jared Kushner to work out the final details of this peace agreement. Tom?
And Willie James, turning to the shutdown now, it's in its fourth day. The Senate on Friday went home after another failed vote to keep the government open. So how long until the next one?
Yeah, well, the House is on recess, although House Democrats say they will be in Washington, and the Senate is set to meet on Monday, so we could see another vote on a government funding bill. But while Congress is at a stalemate, thousands of federal workers and Americans are being impacted.
This weekend, political leaders are digging in and showing no signs of compromise.
They wanted to shut the government down.
It's Chuck Schumer and the Democrats in the Senate.
Tens of thousands of federal workers have been furloughed, and the White House says it could fire thousands in the coming days. Americans are also feeling the impacts of the shutdown coast to coast.
This is our third and finally successful attempt to get out to Alcatraz.
In San Francisco, popular tourist attractions like Alcatraz briefly closed but resumed operations on Friday. And for this year's Fleet Week in the Bay Area, Canada's snowbirds taking flight, but the Navy's Blue Angels grounded due to the shutdown.
If you're in the military for, X amount of years and this is your opportunity to be involved in a thing like Fleet Week here in San Francisco, then I guess I would feel bad.
In the nation's capital, most museums remain open for now, but some landmarks are closed or have limited operations.
We were going to go to the National Archives this morning and we couldn't because it was completely shut down.
But the uncertainty not rattling stock markets. The Dow and the S&P 500 hitting record highs as all three stock indices ended the week with gains over 1%. Tom?
All right, Willie James Inman, we know you'll stay on top of it all.
All right. Well, at least the market is not taking a hit. Let me resize all these stories because I just noticed I don't want to be resizing it. No, give me a second. See here. It takes a few seconds to get them resized. Got a couple of stories to go over, so bear with me.
Right now.
Just pause that for a second. Just make this nice and big. And then we're going to end the show with Tyson to the Cruise. This is the only show I'm going to do today. I'm actually not going to do an evening show because I got a lot of stuff in the morning tomorrow and I don't want to be up too late. Unless something breaking news happens, if we have some kind of like really big breaking news. I thought I put my phone on silent. Guess not. Let me see. Unless some kind of breaking news happens, I'm not coming on here this evening. It's just I need to really take it easy tonight because tomorrow I got a really busy day ahead of me. Let's see, I don't know how silenced it, but apparently not. Okay, just close this up here. Oh, okay. We got two. Tyson de la Cruz decided to upload a video about 30 seconds ago So let me bring that video up and get it ready for us to watch. And that video will be towards the end of the show because I'm ending the show with Tyson De La Cruz. So since it's early in the morning, everything's just like coming in. Videos are starting to come in, and I mean, early bird gets the worm, right? But this bird is still tired, so I'm just gonna get through the morning show. For those who want to rewatch, thank you for rewatching. I appreciate you guys so much, and leave a like. Leave your comments. I haven't been getting any comments, so I can't reply back if there's nothing to reply to. So just trying to make it a habit. Leave a comment and make sure like, subscribe, and share. I don't care really if you share, but if you think it's important to share, then go ahead. I'm just looking real quick to see what else is on. If there's anything else like breaking. I see nothing breaking right now. We can put this later. Let's go ahead and resize this one too. We do got a good lineup of news for those who are here to watch the news. Thank you very much again. Don't forget, leave a like. And I'm going to go rapid fire. So basically, I'm just going to go straight across what I have here on the screen. And let me see if I could line them up pretty good. Line them up. We do got a lot of videos to get through. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we're going to go straight through rapid fire, nonstop. Let's do it.
This is breaking news.
Breaking news, tensions outside the ICE facility in South Portland rising.
Hey, Adele, how you doing?
On your side, our crews are bringing you the latest from the field.
Good morning.
In just a few minutes, we'll get to a new ruling from a federal judge, which temporarily blocks the Trump administration from deploying federal troops into Portland. Thank you for joining us for K2 News at 11. I'm Tanvi Verma. Let's get right to K2's Jennifer Sang. Jen, you've been at the ICE building for several hours. What are you seeing?
Well, Thunby, it is still very active as of this evening. It has been the whole day, but let me step out of the way so you can get the picture for yourself. Now, it looks like there are about 200 protesters maybe still outside the facility this evening, including people both for and against the deployment of the National Guard. Now, it's just about 2 hours ago that we saw the height of tensions here so far tonight. We witnessed federal agents deploy several rounds of pepper balls, flashbangs, and tear gas to get people out of the street to make way for cars leaving the facility. That tear gas also hitting us during an interview. Take a look.
And then I don't understand. Oh, I'm good.
He got hit.
I don't understand what's going on.
Get out of there. You're not supposed to be there, dummy. That's what they're trying to tell you.
Now, just before the tear gas and other chemical crowd control devices were deployed, we also saw about 2 to 3 people taken into custody. We are still waiting on confirmation from Portland police this evening about just how many arrests were made. But since early afternoon, we've seen between 5 and 6 people being handcuffed, some being dragged inside by ICE agents. We actually talked with one protester who was arrested earlier this afternoon, who described what the situation was like inside the facility.
Yeah,
we were sitting in there with chemicals covering our clothes, and they would not get us like other clothes to change into. So we're all in there coughing and hacking because they use chemical weapons on us in the street. And yet we're stuck in a cell where we can't even change.
Now, Holly tells me she was charged with trespassing on federal property. Now, it's during the instances where federal agents and protesters clash and arrests are made where people in favor of the ICE agents are praising them, thanking them for their work. And tonight we have really seen the two groups rallying side by side with one another, but we have not seen too many interactions between the two sides, just mostly interactions between officers and the crowd. Now, one other thing we did see this evening that we have not seen yet so far, or rather during the day, was protesters blocking the entire street from McAdam all the way down here to Moody, with protesters themselves mitigating traffic. We've not seen that yet since the protests started since Monday so far. Now, we will have more information coming up for you later on in just a few minutes, but for now, I'll toss it back to you. Live in South Portland tonight, Jennifer Singh, K2 News.
Great work, Jen. Stay safe out there. All right, now back to the judge's ruling. The pause on the National Guard will technically last 2 weeks, though a lot can. The Trump administration has already filed an appeal. Oregon Attorney General Dan Rayfield says he'll keep asking for more pauses, that is, until the judge can reach a final decision. This comes after President Donald Trump called for the deployment of the National Guard to protect ICE agents in the ICE facility in South Portland.
So how you doing, Andrea? It's been a while.
Sided with the state of Oregon and the city of
this
Portland,
video's over,
ruling that the plaintiffs would be irreparably harmed without a pause.
Today's ruling halts what appears to be the president's attempt to normalize the United States military and our cities.
As the judge noted in her decision, we provided substantial evidence that the protests at the Portland
I heard about it. I covered it
were
yesterday.
not significantly violent or disruptive in the days or even
covered
the
it
weeks
yesterday. That was
leading
crazy.
up
It was
to
like
the
10
president's
cars or
directive.
something.
Since mid-June, the
And then one
Department
of
of
them, she
Justice
had
says
like a
they've
gun or
charged
whatever,
28
and the
people
agent shot
for
her.
federal offenses committed at the ICE building. Those charges
Lucky
include
she's still alive.
assaulting federal officers, failure to comply, and depredation of government property. Tonight, Governor Tina Kotek also weighing in.
This ruling puts us on the right side of history. And while the fight is far from over, Oregon remains united and ready to defend our values and our rights today, tomorrow, and for as long
You
as
want me
it
to
takes.
do a reading
She
for you?
also called out the president, saying, quote, "The only threat we face to
I
our
can do a reading for you.
democracy
It's been a
is
while.
being led by Donald Trump."
You know how I am.
Shortly after the decision came down, the White House gave us this response, reading, "President Trump exercised his lawful authority to protect federal assets and personnel in Portland following violent riots and attacks on law enforcement. We expect to be vindicated by a higher court." And back in June, California Governor Gavin Newsom and Attorney General Rob Bonta also filed a temporary restraining order. Like Portland, the TRO was to block the deployment of federal troops. That TRO was granted. In total, the Trump administration deployed 4,000 California National Guard troops and 700 Marines. Most of the troops had been recalled by the president at the end of July. It was the first time in 60 years that a president had deployed the National Guard, that against the wishes of the state's governor. And before that, the last time this happened was to protect protesters with the civil rights movement. The president also plans to send the National Guard to Illinois. That's according to the state's Democratic governor, J.B. Pritzker, who criticizes the move. Pritzker says the Pentagon informed 300 troops this morning that they'd be deployed. President Trump has long threatened to send troops to Chicago, which has protested ICE and CBP officials. And peaceful and tense moments tonight at the ICE facility in South Portland today. Protesters held up signs chanting different rallying cries as they walked towards the ICE facility. Tensions escalated slowly as some protesters began interacting, sometimes screaming at what happened to be the Department of Homeland Security employees. Protesters were sprayed with some sort of gas and were left coughing. The area filled with different colors of smoke. And as Jennifer mentioned earlier today, traffic is being affected by protests. The Portland Police Bureau has been making announcements on the social media site X about crowd and traffic control near the ICE facility in South Portland. PPB saying the roads South Moody Avenue and South Bancroft Street in front of the ICE facility remain open to drivers. Police say they're ensuring the area remains accessible for the community members to pass through. And while some are protesting the decision, others applauding the officers coming to Portland. One commenter begging the National Guard to take care of what he says is the big problem in Portland. He says, quote, eliminate the homeless from taking over so many areas. It's out of control. All the money spent these years, and it's no better. Another supporter of the troop deployment thanking ICE, the National Guard, and President Donald Trump. He promises the president's supporters won't let him down. We're also tracking an investigation into the Portland Police Department. It comes after a conservative influencer, Nick Sortor, was arrested at the ICE facility. It happened this past Thursday night. Police say they arrested 3 people, including Sortor, after fights broke out. This video shared with us by Mark Wilson showing Sortor getting handcuffed. All 3 people were booked on disorderly conduct charges. Sortor's arrest caught the attention of the Trump administration.
Just last night, we saw an extremely troubling incident where conservative journalist Nick Sortor was captured on video being taken into custody by the Portland police after he was ambushed by Antifa and was defending himself from these assaults.
Sortor posted on X that Attorney General Pam Bondi contacted him personally to tell him she'd be ordering an investigation into Portland police over the arrest. The Department of Justice confirmed this to K2. Portland Police Chief Bob Day says his team of officers has been, quote, consistent and transparent when it comes to arrests during these ongoing protests. When talking about last night's arrest of Sortor, this is what the chief had to say.
And that's where we need to start bringing the temperature down, because we are seeing all of these different perspectives and all of these different opinions gather in this small 1-block area, and then unable to manage that in an appropriate way. And so we have these acts of violence. We have these fights. We have these assaults. They are occurring. We are doing investigations. We are making arrests, and we are sending those over to the district attorney's office for evaluation and hopeful prosecution. And we're going to continue to do that.
Right now, Sortor is out of jail and is due in court on Monday. K2 reached out to him via call and text, and he did not get back to us. And this is a developing story. We're in the field tracking the latest developments as they happen. For an extensive list of statements and responses from other lawmakers and officials, you can head to our website at KATU.com. You can also find our past coverage from when these events started to unfold.
All right, good. The video's over. Oof, let's bring it back to me. I'm just getting the cards ready. It's early morning. I love doing readings, so this will be just going. I have so many cards, and there's like 2 more I want to get, like tarot cards. You know what I feel like doing? Yes, let's do that. Much like I'm thinking out loud. It's like, oh Lord. But there is 2 decks that I do want to get. But I'm gonna save up a little money and get them, because I want to get them for the season. You know, it's Halloween coming up, and a couple of great opportunities to do readings. The world is crazy right now. The energy is very high. Okay. Let's ring my little bells here. Can't really hear me? How about now? Can you hear? Let me know if you can hear me. You're by Midway Airport? Oh, Lord. Okay. Yeah, I would like to have you on, and if possible, in the near future to talk about it. I would like to get I want an insider from Chicago come here and tell me the truth. You know, because the media says one thing. All right, thank you. The media says one thing, and you know, YouTubers show another, but I want someone that actually lives there and tells me, Rick, this motherfucking shit is crazy. I know it is, but I want somebody to tell me, you know? I'm just clearing out some energy. It's really, really low. I'm going to go high tone. Okay, perfect. Maggie, she's going to love this because this is what I use to clear energy and to put me at neutral. And I'm actually giving it to Maggie when I see her. You know Maggie. We all know Maggie. Maggie from UK. She's a darling. Oh, she's doing good. It's early morning. Oh, actually, it's mid-afternoon. It's actually afternoon over there. So hopefully she'll feel that I'm talking about her. And she'll pop up. She popped up here the other day. She was here. Such a sweetheart. She was in the chat room, actually, not on the show. She hasn't been on the show. It's been a while. I got to get her back on here. I just got to set up a date with her and have her come back. Because I like when she's on here with me. She's so cool. And when we do readings together, it's like rapid fire. I love it. I love working with her. She's like my perfect like tag team partner. She is. She's such a sweetheart. Good energy. You know, never hear her bitching or fussing or whining or complaining about their loved one, and you know, and all that negative energy. You know what I mean? If you keep projecting that negative energy, you're always gonna have crazy shit happening in your life. You know, there's times that you have to pump the brakes, slow it down, and be one with the energy and listen to the energy and feel what you feel and how you feel about things. That's your inner self telling you, listen, if I gotta get the fuck out, I gotta get the fuck out. You know, I'm not contradicting myself anymore. I'm just gonna proceed and go, and I'll find a way. You'll always find a way. But no more negative energy. You know, we don't need that. I know opposites attract. You know, I hear Paulo Abdul, like the song Opposites Attract, playing in my head. Like, what the fuck? I don't want to listen to Paulo Abdul. It was so funny. It just popped in my head. It's like opposites attract. 2 steps forward. You know, like it's like you get 1 step forward and 2 steps back. You know, it's like, what's going on? But since I'm shuffling cards and I'm thinking about Andrea, so this might be for you. So just listen, because that's how my mind works. Because I'm an energy reader, so I feel the energy, and then I just tell you what I feel. That's what true psychics do. They tell you what their energy, what they're hearing in their heads, and then they just relay it. You know, you gotta come in with some feelings. You gotta come correct. So what I'm shuffling is the animal spirit, the animal spirit oracle deck, and then I got my Rider deck, my go-to deck, of course, and the number 5 came out in my head, so I guess those are the amount of cards I'm gonna pull out. So Andrea, whatever question you want to ask me, you can put it in to the chat, like what you would like to know, And I'm actually going to use I'm going to use three things. This is going to be fun. I'm going to use my two tarot decks here, which one is the Animal Oracle deck, the Rider deck, and I'm going to use my pendulum. And we're going to get some answers on the pendulum. And with that, I'm going to use... One sec. Such a busy morning. I still got a lot of videos to do, but I would like to get this reading done. Oh, the train of truth is here. Okay. They're actually standing on every corner in the Latin neighborhoods. The agents? That's wild. Well, I mean, listen, this is what I voted for, right? And these illegals are here illegally. We know this. We know they're here. And they can no longer be here. I don't know why the attachments are going on with the Americans or with the citizens, that they don't understand that these people came into this country illegally. They crossed our borders illegally. They didn't go through the proper channels to come into the United States. And yet we're supposed to give them leniency. We're supposed to give them a chance. We're supposed to let them stay. Our infrastructure is not set up for all those people to be here. That's why the prices are so fucking high. That's why your grocery bill is so ridiculously high. That's why your electricity bill is so high. That's why your rent is so high. That's why your property taxes are so high. You know, the resolution: get rid of the illegals. Send them all back, and you'll see the prices drop. Okay, remember, less people, less resources being eaten up. Okay, that's less gas. You know, if they're gonna be here, they're gonna eat up all our gas. You know, remember, there's millions upon millions of people, and if they have cars, guess what? They use up our oil, they use up our gas, they use up our freon, they use up our water, they use everything. And then the amount of shit that they produce every day, that loads up and overwhelms our system. You know, our septic system cannot handle this influx of millions upon millions of people and expect it to run perfectly. Like, that's why I don't drink from the faucet. Hell no. I'd rather buy my bottled water, and I take my chances with the microplastics. I take my chances with the microplastics. Yeah, because like I like the system, the infrastructure. I don't trust it. There's too many illegals, too many people here. Like the grocery store. I went to the grocery store yesterday. I spent $260 on groceries. 260, and this was only like one cart of groceries, right? And it wasn't even fully full, my cart. Now, I could imagine back in the 80s, $260. You know how many carts we would have walked out of the grocery store with? Three carts. We would have walked out full to the top. It's crazy, man. It was built by immigrants, yes, but stolen by, you know, they stole this land. The immigrants came and took from the natives, because this land was the natives' land, and they brought the immigrants here, and it was a slave trade back in the days, you know. And it wasn't just black people, because people think, oh, they think slavery, and they take that title. I'm like, you guys were not the only slaves that they took. They didn't care what color you were. The black ones were more because their people down there sold them. You know what I mean? And they produced a lot of slaves. That's how is that our fault? If your own people sold you to the white man to be slaves. So why are you mad at the white man and not mad at the black man who sold you? I don't get it. I don't get it. And blacks were not the only slaves. Oh, just eats me up. But I would like for all the immigrants to be deported. They need to be sent back. If they want to come back, they could apply to come back and go through the proper channels. Okay, submit your application and do all this stuff, and they'll have a expedition. If they can expedite it, they'll expedite it. And if they see, yeah, you're on grounds to come back, then they allow you to come back. But you come back the proper way. You don't just come here illegal and then expect everything and be treated like royalty. And then the people that actually the Americans here, like a lot of veterans that are sleeping on sidewalks and under bridges, like don't even have shelter, don't even have food, don't even have like resources. Are you kidding me? A lot of these veterans that are on the street, they have mental like instability. They have mental issues and they need the most help. And I feel like all that money and resources could go to a lot of the homeless and a lot of the vets that are struggling on our streets. Instead of giving it all to the illegals and putting them in beautiful houses, food galore. They get money on EBT. They get money, cash money. They get cars, brand new clothes, brand new shoes, everything. Like, are you crazy? That's crazy. You see? Yeah. You see, I have native blood, so it's like we were manipulated too. A lot of the Indians and a lot of the damn these wanted to jump out. So let's put those two. I'm just waiting for 5 cards, like 3 more cards to pop out. But all land is stolen. This land belongs to nobody. It doesn't matter. We were dropped off here. Okay. Aliens came on a spaceship and dropped people all over the place. And they all had different languages and they spoke differently, wrote differently. That's why you can't read Chinese. You can't read like the Indian language. You can't read Arabic. You can't. They're all different languages from all around the world. Like, if that's the case, everyone should be under one language and one book. For everyone. It's not. So that's even more proof that we were dropped off here. We were dropped off here. Because my thing is like, who brought up all these languages and to bring it all here to Earth? They came from different parts of the galaxy and they dumped us all here. We just don't know because it's like a dream to us. We were unconscious. It's like when you came into the world, do you remember coming out, out of your mother, when you came into this world? No, you were not conscious. I don't know. I feel some anger. feels just like this really like strong anger. The handouts. Oh, yes, these are the two. There we go. The cards flew out. Okay. So what did you want to know, Andrea? Because I already pulled out the cards. What you want to know? Oh, and two cards. These two were stuck together. These are the animal oracle. And if you have Discord, you could always join my Discord. That's the fastest way to get in touch with me is through Discord. And that's the show's name, My Mind Over Your Matter. You just type that in Discord and it'll pop you up to the show's Discord channel. I'll give you a minute, Andrea. Ooh, a card just flew out. When I said I was going to give you a minute. It just flew out. So I'll leave that one there. And that's probably the 6th card. Yeah. Because I was putting the deck over here, and one card just flew out of the deck. So that's definitely for you. Whatever spirit needs me to know about my life in general and love. Okay. Okay. For one, in general, the love and stuff, I wouldn't worry so much. I wouldn't worry. But you definitely got to pay attention. Okay, I got the Knight of Cups, the Nine of Swords in reverse, the Seven of Swords, Three of Cups, and the World. And I feel like there's no rush. There's no rush. You in your mind, you know what you're doing already. And you have control. Right? I mean, there's time that you feel like you're losing it, right? You're like, oh shit, man. I'm uncertain. It's like the uncertainty. But I think at the end of the day, you're like, oh, that wasn't so bad. And you learn from your lessons. And you're one that loves to absorb. You absorb. And you need someone that's compatible to you in that sense of absorbing, and not like take things for granted. I pulled out the wasp spirit, which is sometimes life stings, and also the swan spirit. Time for a deep dive. Life does sting, and sometimes you be dealt like the wrong cards, and you feel like you have the wrong cards. But that's when you have to take that moment to think things through and project I could do this. I could do this on my own. I could. Nothing can stop me. If I'm focused and I get my shit straight, I'm unstoppable. It's just different. Things are just different, because it's like the school for your child, and like I'm pretty sure she's like I don't know, not I don't know how much she likes the school, but it's like for me, I feel like uncomfortable at school. Especially like things that are going on, with like current events, and especially what's going on in Chicago. Um, that's just the beginning. It's just gonna get crazier out there. Always watch your back. Just stay away from crazy groups. Let's see the sixth card, huh? Then the Ace of Swords. Yeah, things are, someone will come down the line for you. Is it a rush? Nah, it's not a rush, but it's not a worry for you either. It's not a worry for you either. I mean, not with the cards that I'm seeing here. Um, and you got this. If you put your mind to it and not rush it, someone's gonna come along and sweep you off your feet, and it doesn't even have to be rushed. You know, it's something that could gradually develop and then grow mutual love. It has to be mutual, and it doesn't have to be at a fast pace. Take your time with it. like 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 nah, I want to focus on my child, make sure my child's good and so forth, and she comes first no matter what. And it's like I got I it's like I feel like you gotta get on this bike ride with your child. I know I keep seeing this. It's like going on a bike ride and going and just having this mother daughter talks. And I keep seeing this stuff. I keep seeing like it's like at a park, and it's just riding bike, and that's where you get to talk the most. And you got to get back to it. Something keeps telling me to get back to it. Oh Lord. Okay, it's because she's the only girl in the classroom, huh? Yeah, it just feels uncomfortable. I feel that energy. It's like all eyes on her, and she doesn't want that. you know, that's not good. But I feel like this bike ride needs to continue happening because that's where most of good conversations happens. Man, I always keep seeing this bike ride. Why? And I seen this before with you. And going to different places, but there's this one place specifically that is like, and I hear in my head saying, like, I know what you're talking about, hun. I know, I know what you're talking about, hun. Hmm. Yeah, I think she'll be okay. She'd definitely be okay. It's just the tension, and it's just like it's just feels uncomfortable, you know. It's just she's like it's like a like vulnerable when that feeling like when you feel vulnerable. But keep focusing on work, like the school work, and just keep focusing on herself and just do good in school. She's just gotta stay focused on school and don't let others distract her. And the more she focuses, the better and easier it is going to be for her. It will be easy. Oh wow. Okay. Wow. 5 in the morning. The quinceañera. Wow. That's so cool. You know, and that's why like that journey said like 45 minutes on the bus, but I keep seeing bike, right? And having this bike ride with your daughter. And that's cool, 45 minutes on the bus and you're accompanying with her and taking her to her school. That is really cool. Um, but I keep seeing this bike ride. Yeah, it doesn't. But but as far as general, like what the card's telling me here, let me turn on this candle. Sometimes life stings. And I can show you the two cards here. I'll show it to you. I'll come up. These are the two I pulled. And then the second one was the Swan Spirit. It's a beautiful swan. Beautiful, beautiful swan. I like the color pink. Actually, I love the color pink. I don't know about the bike. I believe you were trying to put their bike because she doesn't have a bus. What do you mean she doesn't? I guess you messed that comment up. She doesn't have a bike, or I don't know. We could rephrase that. I'm about to get ready to use the pendulum. So if you want any other questions answered, now's a good time to put it on the chat. She doesn't have a bike. Yeah. Meaning she's gonna have to get her a bike. Something keeps pushing me to a bike. And you too. It's both of y'all on this bike ride. And it's very important. I don't know if you should buy one or if you should rent one. Because you don't really need to buy one. You should rent a bike and do this bike ride together. For some reason, it's important. Keyboard's getting stuck. I know the feeling. I have this keyboard that it's wireless, right? But what I hate about it turns off all the time. So anytime that I want to use it like right away, like to type something, I can't. I have to wait like 10 seconds for it to like connect to the damn laptop so I could type. So on Black Friday, I'm getting a new keyboard because this one needs a retirement. This one needs a retirement. And I like it wireless because everything's wireless right now. My computer's not in front of me. My computer is like 15 feet that way. It's 15 feet that way. The monitor I'm looking at is a big television right here. And my camera is right there. I have nothing. The only thing I have here is my mouse, my wireless mouse that I control the show with. Majority, 99% of the show is controlled by this mouse. And it's wireless. So I have everything. That's why everything is magical, because everything's wireless. It's just wild. Yes, for the summer, for the first summer. Yeah, for next year. Yes. It's like this bike ride is mother-daughter bike ride. And it's so beautiful, because I do see it like in the spring, summertime, especially like late spring, like early summer. The temperatures like in the upper 70s. And it's just a beautiful day, I see just like this beautiful day, and it's just having a great time just riding a bike together and talking, and make sure you take water, of course. Make sure you take a lunch, and have lunch. I can see it at a park. You guys do a little picnic and have a little lunch together and just laugh and have a good time, things like that. That's really core memories. That's how you like develop core memories. But is there anything else you would like to know? And then you can always go back and listen. So in case you missed a couple of things that I was saying, you could always, rewind and listen in again. I still got some more news to go through too, because I still got a lot. I still got a lot. Oh no. Let's see. Let me close this out here. We got some more news to go through. I don't even know what this is about. Oh, okay. And everything I show here is the first time me watching it. So you guys are watching it at the same time I am. But everything's good. Thumbs up. You're good, Andrea. And then I'm going to continue the news right now, because I really want to get this information into my brain. So let's put it together and let's watch.
Welcome back to My View. Zohran Mamdani could very well become the next mayor of the Big Apple. The far-left candidate remains at the front of the pack, and that's a scary thought.
The quinceañera.
President Trump says a Mamdani victory in America's largest city might just be the best thing Republicans could ask for. Just don't call him a communist.
Let's quickly tick through all the things that Trump said about you, and let's get that out of the way, all right? Number one, he's attacking you as a communist. Are you?
No, I'm a democratic socialist. That means I believe in dignity for all people.
Well, Mr. Mamdani, New York businesses and realtors are ready to flee because they don't see too big a difference. And neither does Miami Mayor Francis Suarez, the son of immigrants who fled Fidel Castro's rule in Cuba. He's waving a red flag. Proceed with caution. And don't let communist-style policies ruin one of America's great cities. Mayor Suarez, thank you so much for having us here in your beautiful city of Miami. You have been very vocal recently about the fact that New York City may fall under socialist leadership coming up very soon with Zohran Mamdani. Give me your whole read on what happens if New York City becomes run by a socialist.
It's not good for New York City, I can tell you that much. It's very scary. We were sort of born in the city of Miami out of the trauma of having fled our country of birth, which was Cuba. My dad came at 12, my mother at 7. And there, a young, charismatic leader, not too different from Mamdani, said, convince the population, give us all your property, give us all your businesses, and we'll make everybody equal. And he did. He made everybody equally poor. He made everybody equally miserable. He made everybody equally repressed. The city will, unfortunately, have a tremendously massive exodus of people probably coming to Miami, to be honest. And it's sad. It's sad to see one of America's great cities fall victim to a lie.
Well, as you said, you are the child of Cuban immigrants, and I would say that your family is sort of the American dream. Your dad was actually mayor here in Miami back in the 80s, but your family fled communism in Cuba. If you could give a warning to New York City residents, people who right now, Mayor Suarez, are thinking, maybe I'll vote for Mamdani in this upcoming mayoral race, what would you say to them?
I would say to them, don't do it. I would say run in the opposite direction. As you said, my dad came to this country in the 1960s. He was a 9 to 14 kids.
He should be in Congress.
Scholarship to high school.
After he's done being a mayor, he should go to Congress.
2 graduate degrees from an Ivy League school and was the first Cuban mayor of Miami. It is absolutely the American dream story. And we feel, part of the reason why I'm in public service is because I feel I owe a great debt not only to my city, where I was born and raised in, but to this incredible country, the best country in the world. And, in Miami, we follow 3 very basic principles. We keep taxes low, we keep people safe, we lean into American innovation. And so we've lowered taxes to the lowest level ever. We've grown 150%.
Miami's beautiful. I was born in Miami.
People safe.
Look how pretty that is.
Our lowest homicide rate ever in history. Wow. And we lean into innovation. We've grown.
It's just I'm scared of hurricanes.
We have the lowest unemployment in America and the highest median wage.
Hey, Grand Rising, Chloe.
New York City residents
Good morning, darling.
Cuba and
how you
hopefully
doing?
Not make those mistakes themselves.
Just look at Cuba. Cuba is a time capsule. I mean, it
I hope
has
you slept
decayed
good.
over
I didn't
decades.
sleep too good last night,
And
but
then
it's
you
okay.
got to think about where New York is present day. Forget about Mamdani's policies, which are just going to make things worse.
I'm just
But
doing
you're
my
paying
wake and
close to
bake.
60% of your income
I gotta heat up my coffee
today to a government. What does that mean? That means that government is your business partner and you're the minority partner. Right? So you're not even getting more than 50% of what you earn right now. It is a bad business proposition. If Mamdani increases taxes on the wealthy, and that's always a very
I
subjective.
gotta check your site to see if you added any more stuff.
In his mind,
Chloe.
versus reality, it's just going to push more and more people away from New York.
Something else Mamdani is running on, however, is increasing funding, a massive degree of funding for the legal defense of illegal immigrants. This is going to cost New York City somewhere around $100 million out of the city budget. I don't know where he's going to get all that money.
I'm going to get some new turtle decks that I want.
Well, right. But
to use
what
for
is
the
your
show.
take on that?
Democrats want to fund healthcare for illegal immigrants rather than take care of the people who are here legally in this country. Look, we all acknowledge that the immigration system may need fixing or may need to be reworked, and that's something that both parties have struggled with over time. But what's indisputable is the border has to be secured. We need an immigration policy that's, in my opinion, indexed to some of our important metrics like our birth rate declining, our unemployment rate, and our growth rate, right? These are the indicators that should influence legal immigration. And if we do that right, then hopefully we'll have people that are coming here legally, not illegally. And so, it's hard for me to understand where this rhetoric comes from, unless it's just to support the Democratic Party, which is leaderless and rudderless and needs more voters from somewhere.
Yeah. Do you feel like that Mamdani, AOC, these are kind of the new faces of the Democrat Party?
Unfortunately, that may be the case. And I think if that is the case, first of all, I think the Democratic Party is in big trouble. And I think what we're going to see, I don't want this to happen in New York, I mean, to be honest. But if it does happen, and it looks increasingly likely, we're like not even a month away from the election, what's going to happen is there's going to be a very, very quick descent, even further than what we've seen over the last decade in New York. They used to joke that de Blasio was Miami's best realtor. So maybe Mamdani will take his place there. But it's sad because you never want to see a great American city falter. But we are seeing the rise of another great American city that's taking advantage of what other cities are doing wrong. And that's Miami.
I imagine, to your point a moment ago, you may see a lot of people leave New York City, people who can. Mayor Suarez, probably are going to try to get out of New York if this guy becomes the mayor. Are you prepared here in Miami to receive people, to receive businesses?
Yeah, look, 70% of Miamians were not born in Miami. So that is something
I was born in Miami.
I'm actually the anomaly. I was the first Miami-born mayor. And I think Miami's at an inflection point. We're going to be hosting the G20. We're going to have the World Cup, 7 games, including the bronze medal game. This November, we're going to have the America Business Forum.
The bronze medal game?
A nexus with a city that really embraces the American experiment.
Absolutely. Well, let me ask you about you. Your term
Should have had the gold.
Yeah, but you've seen a lot of change happen here in Miami. One of those
Miami
things
should have gotten the gold
Miami-Dade
match.
County flipped red this past election cycle. So given all the change that we've seen, where do you think we are politically?
My take is Republican policies work. And I think people are rewarding those policies. I said this to the president at the Oval Office when we announced the G20. He was the first Republican president to win Miami-Dade County in 38 years, and he won it by double digits. And I do think that the America First policies are essentially the architect of kind of our strategy for success, which is to keep taxes low, right? Be fiscally conservative, keep people safe, be pro-law enforcement, and make sure we don't defund police or none of the nonsense of, no cash bail or any of that stuff that is back pretty much socialist and communist ideology masked as social policy.
I think more Americans are realizing that maybe they've been Republicans all along because the policies, to your point,
100%.
actually work. Now, for you personally, you have 2 kids.
I do.
You are coming to the end of your term here in Miami.
I am.
So what's going to happen next for you, Mayor Suarez?
We're like 80 days away or so from the end of my term. I mean, number one, I really like to focus on finishing strong. In terms of afterwards, I don't know. I love to serve. I love to build ecosystems.
Congress.
I've built some incredible relationships.
You'd be a great congressman.
I was president of the U.S. Conference of Mayors, and I was president of all the mayors in the country, in the Middle East, in Asia. So there's never a shortage of opportunities in politics. And so I think to me, it's blending being a father, having a profession, which I have now, and seeing how I can be helpful to society at large, to our country that I love.
He'd be good for Washington.
A sense of debt too.
And he's
Before
young.
we could leave Miami, there was one more thing.
He's around the same age I am.
Well, Mr. Mayor, we're here actually overlooking what will be the future presidential library for President Trump.
It's a great reference point. So you have the Freedom Tower.
Yeah.
It's just off
Wow.
the side of the Freedom Tower. And it couldn't be in a better place in the city. As you can tell, this is sort of, we have the 3rd largest skyline in America.
Oh, wow.
After Chicago and New York. And this is the heart of the city. It's got a beautiful view of the water, as you can see.
Wow, this is going to be awesome. The presidential
emblematic of what the president has done and accomplished.
library.
He has been a president that has focused on American
It's going to be on the right side of the park of the Freedom Tower.
American values better
So
than
it's going to be overlooking the water.
We're excited to have it.
Just another reason to come visit the great city of Miami.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube.
I know Miami, and Miami's changed a lot. Holy shit. Being raised there and my whole life, and to see where it's at now is so futuristic and so fast how And I remember the change and when they started changing it, and now it seems like they're doing more and more and more and more because they're getting more money because there's more residents. And since there's more residents because they have the influx from New York that's going down south to Florida, and a lot of them are turning Republican. They're leaving New York and changing their party as they move to Florida. And man, it's great for their economy. You see how they're using the money properly to and their infrastructures, and and now they're getting the freaking presidential tower, I'm pretty sure, for President Trump. That's amazing. And I'm gonna see um if I go to back to Miami. Oh, I'm going back to Miami. I'm gonna probably go next year. I'm probably gonna go next year, go back to my stopping grounds. I'll document it so you guys can see. I'll be like, look, this is the fucking bakery that I love. That used to come all the time. And I'm gonna get something while I'm there because they have really good, delicious treats. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And then my high school that I went to, Hialeah High in Hialeah, Florida, where the hood rats, I remember when they said about the hood rats. Yeah, it's Hialeah. It's I would like to see how much it has changed since I've left. Um the prodigal son is coming back. Like, yes, I am. I'm gonna go back to Miami. There's a couple of restaurants that I want to go to that are my favorite down there. So we'll take like a little, take some pictures and videos and put them up, and you guys can see when I do take this trip. It's gonna be pretty cool. Food there is always amazing. Um, the culture, everything. I mean, like I said, I was born and raised there. I moved there away from there 10 years, 14 years ago, because when I broke my neck, the thunderstorms and the weather was driving me crazy, having so much metal in my neck, and I couldn't take the thunderstorms anymore. So I said, fuck it. I'm getting the fuck out of here. I had people help me load up and drove up from Florida to Connecticut. I love Florida. I just couldn't take it. I couldn't fucking take it. It's just every fucking, like, when the sea breeze kicks in. Oh Lord, every day thunderstorms and heavy thunderstorms. Like, you could hear the crackling of the lightning and the boom of the thunder, and very loud. Like, it sounds like explosions. No, thank you. I'm fucking done with that. I left, and I live in Connecticut, and it's nice. 4 seasons. We're going right into fall, and the colors are changing. The trees are changing colors. I'm actually gonna go on Wednesday to the top of the mountain and take some video and pictures so I can show you guys. And then every week, I think from now on, I'll start this upcoming week. On Wednesday, I'm gonna be going up the mountain and taking pictures and showing you guys how the colors look from week to week. Give you a little taste of fall if you don't have, you know, if you're up in the north, you see fall. Okay, if you're down in the south, like in Miami, you don't get no fucking fall. The only thing you get is summer and spring, and that's it. Winter, you'll get a tease of winter. Okay, there's days that, yeah, it'll drop into like 20s. Like, if it was a really strong cold front, it could get to the upper like 20s and low 30s. And like normal fronts that will come through, it will drop the temperatures into like the 50s, 60s. 40s, depending if it's a cold, front that comes through. Um, but it's a different type of cold because over there is more humid, and the I feel like the cold hits you more in the bones because of the humidity, and it feels like it stings more. But up here in the Northeast, it's like a dry cold, and it's like you wear your jacket. I wear my North Face jacket, and it's a heavy one. It's a good one. I've had it for like I would say like 3-4 years now. I've had that jacket, and it does the job. It keeps me warm. It's very durable. Very it was worth the price. Expensive, but it's worth it. And it gets cold here. It gets fucking cold. There's times that it goes below zero, and then if a system comes through or clipper comes through, we get bombarded with snow. It's been a while. Last year was very tamed with the weather as far as snow is concerned. This year they're saying like we're gonna get our ass kicked and we're gonna get a lot of snow, and that's gonna suck. Don't Will Smith have a Mammy song? Oh Lord, Will Smith is I can't stand his ass. I can't stand him. My grandma moved back to Texas when she got older. Yeah, yeah, because it's different. Like that dry heat, Andrea, like Texas, and Chloe, because Chloe's in Texas. Chloe lives in Texas. Um, Chloe's in Texas, and Andrea is in Chicago. Yeah, so Andrea is like the Chicago girl. She's. Listen, y'all two are dealing with the immigration shit pretty crazy. Okay, so but we got to get them out. That's that's it. They got to get them out. And it's not just Mexicans. This not they people think, oh, you're taking all the Mexicans and this and that. It's like, no, these are people from all around the world. It doesn't matter if they're Spanish. It doesn't matter if they're Chinese. If they're Japanese. If they're here illegally and they came through the border, they're going by. This is not just on one race. This is on all races. You know what I mean? So that's why like the narrative and the way the people how they're acting, it seems very like pre-planned and not like legit. Something's like it feels like paid off, and like it's like premeditated. It doesn't seem organic, especially with the protesters and the ones like in Portland, like that little girl with the glasses. Like she would just like, jump in front of the camera, and then she was giving like a full inspection of the place. She was like, "Yeah, I went in there and I saw the floor. It was bare. There was no lights. Everything was like the Stranger Things, and I was so scared while I was in there. I was so terrified, and I thought they were gonna eat me." Kind of close to what she said. Okay. I don't know verbatim what she said. You could go back and watch the show and you could hear what she truly said. But while she was saying all that, she had a Palestinian shirt that says Free Palestine. So now you know where her priorities are in life. I died. I came back. And this is what I'm witnessing. And that's the truth. I was dead. And they brought me back to life. And everything that I'm seeing now, it's like this is what you would have missed out. So you have to live to witness it. That's wild. Especially what I went through, It's literally like that because I died in the hospital. I coded. I was out. My heart stopped. Everything. I was full code, and they had to resuscitate me and shock me with like and chest compressions, all that stuff. I talked about that in the past. This is PTSD kicking in right now. This is the segment. This is the part of the show is PTSD. This is the PTSD moment. And it's just this memory is reliving in my head right now. And I remember there were like I couldn't talk. I had no function. I was the soul was inside. I could hear everything that's going on, but I can't move my mouth. I can't open my eyes. I can't. I'm trapped inside this body, and I'm flatlining, and I hear it, and the doctors are like, and I like hear everything, and one of the nurse comes and starts like chest compressions on me, and like really going to town with chest compressions on me, and then like I remember when they were like the doctor came in running and he was screaming, "Get the crash cart! Get the crash cart!" And then you hear it over in the overhead, code blue, and then I code blue, and they're like code blue recovery, recovery, and I heard the code blue, and that's when everybody started running in, and the doctor was screaming, get the crash cart, and you hear the cart, they're running with the cart in, and it's this big like red, because I'm seeing everything from above. Okay, I'm seeing this. I'm not conscious. I'm knocked the fuck out. I'm there, like my body's there, and they're fucking working on me, and then like next thing I know, they're putting these things on me, and then and next thing I know, I hear clear, and they jump back and they shock me, and then I know they said get the epi, right? So it's an epidural, like it's kind of like to shock your heart back. So they stabbed me once with the epi, and it didn't work. So they kept chest compressions, and the doctor's like, "All right." And I remember this, and it's like he said, "All right, after you do the chest compressions real quick, I want you we're gonna, I think it was like shock him and hit him with the EpiPen like immediately." And sure enough, they stopped compressions. She like they shocked me, and then she hit me with the epi, and she got it in the vein. She got it good, because that medicine went right into me, and I felt it when it went into me. That is crazy. I felt when the medicine got in, I felt it come up through my arm, and I felt it get into my chest, and like automatically my heart started pumping. And I felt all this. I felt like it's like and the thing is, like when my heart came back and I started breathing, they were like, "Okay, all right, we got a pulse, we got the rhythms. Okay, we okay. We're gonna medically induce him." That's like what I heard when the doctor said. It was like, "Okay, medically induce him, and intubate him." So they opened my mouth. I had no control, no nothing. I remember all this because I heard it. I feel everything. I just couldn't communicate at all. No, nothing. They opened my mouth with the scope thing, and then they put the thing down my throat, and they put me to sleep after that, and I knocked the fuck out like so like consciously, and then they put me on life support. And I was on life support for a good while, and then I came more back to it. My brain didn't fall, like didn't give up. The body, the energy was too strong, and I long story short, I got off of life support. The decision was to take me off of life support, so they took me off of life support, and I still had rhythm. I still had, my brain was still functioning. My heart was functioning. Everything was just starting to function. And then just one day, out of like the blue, I woke up from my coma, and then I'm looking at the fucking, like, the nurse, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? And I start ripping like the wires off of me, and they're like, no, holy shit, he's up. And, like, they're like, come here, everybody. And then, like, the nurse came in, the doctor came in, and this is an ICU. And I'm like trying to like rip all this shit off of me. I was like, what the fuck is going, like, I was like, what's happening? Like, I was like, I was so the doctors were like, you know where you're at? And I was like, I don't even know what the fuck, I didn't even know what they're talking about. Like, I was so out of it. They're like, do you know what year we're in? Do you know who's the president of the United States? I couldn't get it. I thought at one point I was like it was just, I couldn't. I talked about this story so many times. I talked about this story so many times. It just keeps playing in my head. PTSD. It's crazy. All right, let me see the chat real quick. And then the thing is that in my head, like, the president, when they asked me, I couldn't get it. I couldn't get who was the president. I thought for one moment I was like, is it JFK? No. Is it Reagan? No. Clinton? I couldn't get it. And then, like, I couldn't think who was the president. I didn't know who was the president. And then they gave, like, I was like, okay. They're like, we'll give you a clue. A clue. And they're like, yeah, he's black. And I go, black? I'll never forget that. I'll never forget it. The doctors were looking at me. There were two of them. And they were looking at me. And they kept checking on me. And they're like, he's black. I was like, black? And I started thinking, who's fucking black as president? And I was like, oh, Obama. I was like, oh, okay, good. And they were like scared. They're like, because I didn't know what, where was I or anything. I was so out of it. I just came back from death. I was in the hospital for a good amount of time after that, and they sent me down to step down. Because they have your ICU, your CCU. So I went from ICU to CCU to step down. I graduated, and I made it. I'm still alive. And how long do I have to live? Not much, but I treasure every day that I wake up and I'm still alive. So, but that whole experience to die and come back, and then now witness all this that's going on, is wild. All right, let me see. I have to read the chat. It's like, I didn't read the chat. Okay. Yeah, they are going after Hispanic communities because they're the most that has come, and the Chinese and the other ones, they blend in pretty much because, like, there's agents that have crossed, a lot of secret, like, agents from around the world cross that border. And a lot of Latin people from all, like from Brazil, from Chile, from Peru, from Colombia, Argentina, like all of South America, all of Central America, like sent their worst through the border. And they open up their mental institutions, they open up the jails, they got rid of all the bad people. And yeah, their countries got better, crime was down and all this and that, but all the bad people came here to the United States. And now you have all this craziness going on because I don't know who's paying these people to keep. I know it's Soros. I know it's his son and his money and so forth. But it's like they brought this to us, and now they're doubling down and paying Antifa to go out and harass and cause a disruption and a distraction from the operation. The only way you're going to be able to solve this issue, like I said yesterday, is anytime all those people show up on that block, ping all their phones. Like you could get all their cell phones, all their numbers in that area, in that one block area, and ping them all and send them a message. This is a message from your federal government. You're in violation of so. If you do not leave within the next hour, you will be given a $500 fine. And if you refuse to leave, and we give you another hour, if you refuse to leave, your fine will be doubled and you will be given a court date. And if you fail to show up on that court date, a warrant will be issued for your arrest. That's fucking that's scary. Okay. And that's what you're going to have to put fear in these people. Like, listen, they're not playing anymore. Like, we're going to take this serious. And if they still don't want to leave, this is easy. Bring in the federal guards, right? Like, I know their judges are blocking from having the National Guard come out and help ICE. A judge has blocked that from happening, which is ridiculous. Trump already put in the paperwork to, to get it overturned because, hello, it's the federal government has to protect their people. Like, what state is getting in the way of them protecting their people if their police don't even protect? Their police are not even doing nothing. Like, this corruption is really deep in our system. And like, how in the hell this infiltration happened under our watch? This is very disturbing. This is worse than cancer. And I know this energy is attracting negative energy coming. Like, I feel something big's coming our way. And we are all attracting it with this negative energy and this like, and it's not only here in the United States. This is around the world. You think this is just the United States? No. This is all around the world. Like, the United States don't only have this immigration problem. No, Europe has a horrible immigration problem, like worse than the United States. Worse. Yeah. It's just crazy times. We are living in crazy times. All right, let's see. Let's try to change it up a little bit. We're gonna go back to back on like 3 stories. We're gonna go back to back on, and this is very educational. So if I was you, I would stick around for the next 3 segments. Oh, stay the whole show. I would appreciate it, but I know people are busy and people have a life. I do too. I know. I just got to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stories, and 2 of them is Tyson De La Cruz. that ends the show. But I do have some good stuff for us to watch. So sit back, relax. You know what? Let me go heat up my coffee. I'll heat up my coffee while I play the story. I gotta heat up my coffee. I got my medicine here. Let me light up and take a couple of hits. It's wake and bake with a side of coffee. Come on. That's awesome. All right, let me get this one set up here. All right, let's watch. And then I'm going to go heat up my coffee.
Serenade of the Seas pulls into Port Miami, and there are dozens of sick passengers on board. Almost 100 people are sick after norovirus outbreak.
Yeah, CBS News Miami's Bree Buckley. She's live at Port Miami, where that ship arrived in the last 30 minutes. Bree, what do you know?
Yeah, we saw that ship pull in not too long ago, and since it pulled in, we have seen workers coming through wearing gloves, wearing masks, asking us, what's going on, what happened as they're getting ready to come to work here this morning. We do know that norovirus is highly contagious, so a lot of workers saying they're going to take extra precaution as they approach the ship this morning. Now here's a look at some video we just shot moments ago that shows the ship pulling at a better view from what we're seeing down here. According to the CDC, 94 of the 1,874 passengers reported being sick with norovirus, so that's about 5% of passengers, and 4 out of the 883 crew members, which is less than 1%. Joshua Pettit and his dad tell CBS News Miami they noticed enhanced protocol at the buffet lines where staff were serving food. That's instead of passengers serving themselves. They also saw crew members wiping every handrail, chair, other surfaces anytime someone got up. Now, the 13-day cruise started in San Diego, sailing through the Panama Canal into the Caribbean. After the stop in Mexico was when Bob says he got violently sick, describing those moments here. Take a listen.
But Saturday night after dinner, he started to feel nauseous, and it came at him very suddenly. We were at a lounge, and he threw up even before he could get into the bathroom at the lounge. So it just comes that quick.
Comes very fast and violently.
Coming up in the next half hour, we'll hear from an infectious disease specialist explaining how an outbreak like this happens and how contagious this virus is. We're also here on standby waiting for some of those passengers to start getting off the ship, which we anticipate will happen here shortly after it pulled in just about half an hour ago. Stick with us for the next half hour, and we'll bring you the latest. For now, reporting live at Port Miami, Bree Buckley, CBS News, Miami.
Okay, Miami. Got a lot going on over there. People go on a fucking cruise. You're like so excited. Yes, I'm going on a fucking vacation. I'm going on a fucking cruise. I want to go on a cruise myself too, but yay, we're going on a motherfucking cruise. Come to get on the cruise and head over to Mexico. Next thing you know, you got the shits. Your stomach is hurting. You're throwing up. You're fucking shitting like there's no tomorrow. And it hurts, because that's that shit that does not stop. It's just all fluids coming out of you. It's kind of like Niagara Falls coming out of you. And you're like, oh my God. And then you're sweating while you're in there shitting. And you're like not feeling good. So you have a towel next to you and you're just like dapping your head while you're just in the toilet. That's not pleasure for me. That's not a vacation. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. I hope these people had insurance, because that way it would cover a lot of that. And hopefully they could have gotten their money back on the cruise. But imagine to go and you want to spend have a good time and you pay all this money, and the next thing you know, that's not good. That's not good. You remember when I told you about me dying too and coming back? Yeah, I remember that was a while back too. That was my PTSD moment. That was the PTSD moment of the show. Now we're continuing on with the news. Yeah, I was floating above my body. I was in the corner of the room and I was looking down at everything. And when they got the crash cart and they hit me, They hit me 2 times. They hit me. Wait, it was 1. No, actually, it was 3. They hit me 3 times. The first one was a quick zap, and then they gave me chest compressions, and then the second time they hit me, like they shocked me, and then they hit me with epidural. The epidural didn't work, and then the third time, that's when the doctor said, "All right, fast chest compressions, and then we'll zap them, and then hit them with the epidural." So when they did that, like real quick, and that sensation, and then with the fast chest compressions, and then like they backed away, and then they shocked me, and then she got me, and she hit me with the epidural, and I felt it creep in, like as soon as they hit that main vein, whatever they hit, it went and crawled right in like that, up through my shoulder in, and then into my chest, and it's like I felt it like up here in my chest, my upper chest here, and my chest came up like I took an oxygen, and I still have the marking here of when they hit me with the epidural in my hand. Yeah, I talked about that many times. That's plays in my head every day. That's PTSD. Fucking sucks. That's why I smoke. That's why I smoke a lot of my medicine, and I heat up my coffee. It's nice and hot now. All right, I gotta catch up with the chat. That's an adrenaline shots. Yeah, they gave me adrenaline. Yeah, they didn't. Thank God they didn't go directly into my heart, but they didn't do that. They went both times in my hand, and I got both markings here. But the one that saved me was this one right here. I gotta take a picture of it so you guys can see it. It's pretty gnarly, dying and coming back and then experiencing all this. It's like Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. Where is he? Oh no. Oh. It is Halloween, so damn, 16 years. He missed out on a lot. That's crazy. Wow. It's wild, when you go through that stuff, it just happens. It's oof. When that happened to me, how old was I when that happened to me? Yeah. Because I went in, okay, when I went, it was for some kind of surgery they had to do on me. They had to do something with my stomach. They put me in isolation. I was in isolation, right? And they needed to do to check they had to go inside like to check me. So they had me they had to do an endoscopy, a colonoscopy, and then an exploratory in my to slice me open and go in there with cameras and stuff. So it's kind of like very Frankenstein type of shit. But then that's when I coded when I finished. I was done with the procedure and the surgery, and they rolled me to like the end of the recovery, because it was like in what I'm seeing all this happening, and the thing is that I was dying as they were rolling me, because they didn't know until they plugged me in, and then they saw that I didn't have a rhythm and I didn't have a pulse. And that shit happened so quick, and they cold blue to me and everything. That's just, imagine hearing all that cold blue in recovery, cold blue and recovery, and then like they're hitting like the cold blue alarm, and then you hear the doctor screaming, "Grab the crash cart!" Like, I will never forget that. And like, I am gonna die with that memory forever. Embedded. It's like I died and then I came back, and then I came back to this. What's going on in this world? I don't know. We got some more news to go through, so I think I'm caught up with the chat. So let's go ahead and keep watching the news. Yeah, be careful with carnival rides, okay? Because the next one we're gonna watch is a carnival ride breaks mid ride. That's crazy. That's crazy. Just be careful with your kids and just don't put them on any carnival ride because it's not safe. As much as they say, "Whoa, we inspected and we check it." Listen, I've watched too many Final Destiny movies. The Final Destination movies. Okay, I've seen too many of them, and yes, shit happens. Okay, and you can inspect it all you want, but you never know when that boat is gonna go. You can't predict that. You can't catch that until it happens. So with that said, let's check out this report here.
Moments on a fair ride at a family fun day at a school carnival.
One of the carts came off the ride, the zipper, and slams into another one. Fox 11's Ed Lascos, he's live in Rosemead where he caught up with witnesses tonight. Ed?
Marla, these witnesses still can't believe it, saying they've only seen something like this before on the internet, but never with their own eyes, just a few feet away. Imagine, one moment they're in line waiting to take a ride on the zipper, and the next, the zipper is unzipped, its cage is crashing down. The video, I'll tell you, it's unbelievable. Watch.
Whoa, look at that.
Chaos at the carnival. The zipper, the popular ride, comes unzipped, sending one of its cages crashing down.
It snapped off, and then it just hit the ground, and that's when everybody started screaming.
Yes, there is someone in there, and there are dozens of other riders still trapped on the zipper, trapped high above, inside the ride's cage.
Oh my God, look how I fell.
They're stuck. What the hell?
You never imagine that type of stuff to happen to you. You always see it on the internet. So it's very just mind-blowing
That
to
ride
see
is
that in
old.
person,
I know. That's when operators slowly start that ride back up, trying to get everybody off. And then another cage. See it there? It lets loose, crashing down.
Oh, shit.
But yeah, I was very confused when they had turned it back on because already one had broken off. And then sadly the second one came from the top.
Whoa, what are they doing, bro? Get those kids out.
LA
my
City
God.
Fire rushes in, rescuing the trapped riders. A tense rescue. They're all high school students here at the carnival. At the Bishop Conati, the lady of Loretto High School. It's in the Pico Union area. The teenagers all out for a Friday night of fun, riding the zipper.
It's meant to kind of spin you upside down.
I'm sorry,
and just keeps on spinning you upside down, and then you go up and down all over.
All over, but not crashing down like this.
Holy shit.
And now live, unbelievable video on how lucky is she? She was going to be the next on that ride when all of that happened. Video's unbelievable. Despite that, though, LA City Fire reporting no one seriously hurt, as you can imagine, though they are investigating, and a lot of those high schoolers shaken up after what was supposed to be their Friday night of fun. For now, we're live here, Rosemead. Back to the west side we go.
Really scary.
My
All right, thanks for that
PTSD is
story.
hurt. Imagine your PTSD for carnival rides. That's you're fucked. These people that experience this, they're gonna have fucking nightmares and fucking they're gonna be no. That's inexcusable. Like, how can you say no one's seriously hurt? Shit, my fucking like my conscience is fucking hurt. Like, you crazy? I would freak out. I would freak the fuck out if I was in that ride and that came off like that. That's negligence. That's an easy lawsuit. That's a lot of lawsuits because they turned it back on, and another cage fell. Are you kidding me? Like, who's operating this shit? Like, I'm pretty sure these guys are just like carnival guys, so they go around all around the country with this ride, and they're employed. They're not like they're not the servicemen and the ones that like they're just the operators. That's all they do is just operate the ride, turn it on, turn it off. That's it. You know, they're like a monkey could do it. It's crazy. That's crazy. They can sue. Hell yeah, they can sue. Huh. Oof. They better have good insurance. I tell you right now, that lawsuit is not going to be cheap. You know, those kids. That's traumatizing. That is traumatizing. All right, let's. Oh Lord, we're gonna go into more traumatizing. All right, so it looks like a teen e-bike rider charged after being hit by a car in Milford. This is coming out of CBS Boston. So we're gonna take a look at this one next, and then you be the judge.
Crash caught on camera. An SUV hits a boy on an e-bike in a crosswalk, almost running him over. But it's not the driver who's facing charges tonight. Milford police say the teenager on the bike is the one who broke the law. Thanks for being with us tonight. I'm Lisa Hughes.
He's alive.
Spoke with the police chief, who says he's had enough of this reckless behavior on e-bikes.
Oh my God!
It's a growing problem in this town. Police say they've had 3 e-bike crashes in just the past 2 days, including a teen boy who was hit in this intersection, but he ended up facing charges.
E-bikes are crazy. They're going down the street. They're not even looking.
In the car, like ran over it.
Speeding to beat a red light led this e-bike rider right into the path of a car with a green light. The result, police say, this shocking collision as the boy rolls onto the ground as the car runs over
and there's
the bike.
cameras in the intersection.
Car had went over him completely. You know, we're having a much different conversation. This is a fatal accident.
Police say the teen was fortunate to walk away unharmed, but he wasn't lucky enough to get away without charges. Police say the teen wasn't wearing a helmet. He was on the sidewalk, and the e-bike was modified so it goes faster.
This is a problem that it just seems to be escalating, and we see these accidents all the time. Today alone, we had 2 other e-bike accidents.
At this park where e-bikes and scooters aren't allowed on the walkways,
yeah, Andrea, no e-bike, okay?
I'm so nervous.
It's a regular bike, I'm telling you.
Christine heard about the crashes and saw the video.
They're going so fast, and I usually have my son on the back of my bike, and they're zipping past us, not even paying attention. Like, I just feel like they need to be more cautious.
Police say parents should know these rules. In Massachusetts, you have to be 16 to ride an e-bike with a license or learner's permit. E-bikes can't travel faster than 25 miles per hour. All riders under the age of 17 have to wear a helmet.
The problem now is they're readily available online. Anybody can get them, and when they get them, they modify them so they go as fast as 40 miles an hour. It's a recipe for disaster.
To avoid disaster, police say it's worth it for parents to have the conversations with their kids.
The parents has to take care more
Yeah,
of
no
the kids
e-bike.
because it's very dangerous for them and for
regular
everybody.
bike.
Police say the teenager is facing several charges, including operating
E-bike
to
is cheating.
endanger an unlicensed operation. In Milford, Tammy Mutasa, WBZ News.
E-bikes is cheating. That's why I say, listen, the bike is for exercise. It's not to sit down and just be scoot around. For that, get a power chair, and that way you sit comfortable and you just maneuver. You know, it's just these e-bikes are very dangerous. We've been having issues out here too with these e-bikes, and they don't stop at stop signs. And there's gonna be a day that I'm gonna pull off, and one of these bikers are gonna come through, and it's gonna be bad for them. And I think I blame these companies that put these stupid e-bikes too for rent, and you could just like put your credit card in and rent out the bike, and depending on the distance that you travel, they charge you a certain amount. Those companies that they have. So I think they need to stop doing that shit. I mean, regular bikes were just fine. But Andrea, what I was telling you about for you and your daughter, it's like, no, not an e-bike. It's a bike ride, like a real bike. I used to love biking when I was young. My mom and my stepdad, we used to go down to this park called Tropical Park down in South Florida. It was damn, what's the name of that area where Tropical Park was? I'll get back to you on that. I forgot. But this park was really beautiful. We used to go. We used to take off our bikes, and we used to get our equipment, like our stuff ready, our water bottles, and then we used to go bike riding in the park. And for me, it was really fun. I used to like doing that, and it's exercise, and also you could talk and it's just enjoying the beautifulness, like nature. Also, I miss those days. I don't even know if I could ride a bike because of my neck and my spine. And if I do ride a bike, it has to be like a 3-wheeler. It has to be a bike with like a tricycle, like maybe with training wheels. Yay! Good morning, 7. How you doing? Going over through some stuff. Man, that video was crazy. That kid, he's lucky to be alive. And that car just ran over that bike and just like kept going. Like it was like, what the fuck? But the kid was wrong. He ran the red light and he was on the sidewalk, and the car had every right to move forward, and he's lucky to be alive. That's wild. Okay, what's next? What is this? Cool Kicks owner arrested in LAPD raid. I don't know what this is about, but let's find out. Good morning. All right, let's check this.
Raided a popular sneaker shop, Cool Kicks, LA, this week in Santa Monica, leading to the felony arrest of owner Adil Shams. Partially captured via live stream, the raid shocked the sneaker community and sparked questions about allegedly stolen merchandise.
KTLA's Chris Wolf is live in the Fairfax district with the latest. Chris.
Yeah, good evening, Cher and Micah. The Cool Kick store is located right here along bustling Melrose Avenue. Staffers did not want to talk to us tonight, and that is understandable. However, the company did release a statement about this criminal case. From kicks to cuffs, what is happening in the popular athletic footwear business that provides sneakers to the stars?
Brand new, chap, brand new box.
Cool Kicks is located along trending Melrose Avenue in the Fairfax district. A company warehouse is located in Santa Monica, and that's where, according to reports, an LAPD commercial crimes unit specializing in fraud and counterfeit goods cases conducted a raid Thursday.
Yeah, what's wrong with his hair?
LAPD says officers took 4 people into custody, and records show one of them is CEO and co-founder Adil Shams. He was booked in connection with a felony charge of receiving known stolen property over $950. Shams was live streaming while auctioning off merchandise when cops closed in for the operation.
Chat, I don't know what the f is happening. Did somebody swat us?
Shams initially thought it was a case of swatting, a hoax in which a person calls 911 to falsely report a crime in progress at a certain location. But it was the real deal for this business owner, hauled away along with dozens of pairs of Nike shoes. In fact, KTLA's technology guru, Rich DeMuro, profiled Adil Shams in a recent segment of Rich on Tech.
Adil Shams is CEO and co-founder of Cool Kicks,
It's a cool song.
well-known buy, sell, and trade sneaker shop.
15 years ago, I went to a yard sale, found a box of used Jordans, cleaned them up, sold them on eBay, made some money, and then ever since then, I've just been into the hobby.
Okay, here's the statement. Take a look. Quote, yesterday, the LAPD impounded a small allotment of Nike sneakers that Cool Kicks purchased and received within the last 48 hours, alleging that the merchandise was stolen. The news came as a complete shock to our entire team.
Yeah, but why would
Neither
they
Cool
go after
Kicks
him like
leadership
that?
nor our staff had any knowledge or
It has to be
reason to
bigger for
believe
that to happen.
these products were stolen. We entered into this purchase in good faith, as we always have, committed to running an honest business built on integrity and trust. It is important to clarify there have been no allegations whatsoever from law enforcement that any of the products were counterfeit. Owner Adil Shams is scheduled to appear in court on October 23rd. Live in the Fairfax District, I'm Chris Wolf, KTLA 5 News.
Wow, that is Cool Kicks. I don't know, Cool Kicks. The guys got busted for something. I mean, it feels like a weird story. It really does, because remember when they had the LA riots and the craziness out there, and they were breaking into stores, and they broke into a lot of shoe stores, and a lot of people ran in and stole a lot of shoes, and a lot of that merchandise somehow is getting like back into the market. So Cool Kicks tends to buy stuff from like online, especially like kind of like eBay or like these third party apps where they see these shoes and they're like, oh shit, I could buy these shoes and so forth, and then buy them, and then that sets the trap for the police to come in and do this big ass raid and take down a company. That's what it seems like, because the guy seems pretty innocent. I mean, I'm just judging by what I saw, right? All of us are doing this, but the guy thought they were being raided, like being like swatted. Like he thought that someone had called the police on them, like they got swatted, and he was kind of confused. I mean, do you think someone that's guilty would have that kind of reaction, especially the way I saw it? I was like, he was like confused, like what the hell's going on? So I don't know. This is a very weird one to me. This is that's going to be a weird case. How many do you steal that many shoes? Like, I don't know how many shoes they bought. Like, it's crazy. Hold on, let me go back. I don't know if the shoes were counterfeit. I don't think they were counterfeit, but I think, like, I don't know how, like, it's crazy. It's just fake Nike. Nike doesn't, like, dig into their profits. Yeah, that's true, Anthony Warner. Nike does not play that. But remember, I just feel like these are stolen goods instead of fake Nikes. I think these were stolen goods. I just I remember the riots, and then they were breaking into these stores, and a lot of merchandise were stolen. And I just think this company went and just bought a whole bunch of shoes that were stolen shoes, and they got traced, and the government got involved because it was a large purchase, and busted the company for that purchase. So Is it excessive? Possibly. Did cool kids know that this merchandise was stolen? I mean, they should buy from like reputable people, not just anybody. And a lot of these companies, they do that. They buy people, like, buy shoes from the street. They come in and they trade their shoes. They're like, yeah, I'll sell it to you. And then they check them, they smell them, and if they're like slightly used, they're still valuable. They still have value, and they trade. That's like a whole thing in the sneaker world. That's kind of like Pokemon, like how Pokemon is, and it has this crazy amount of value for certain cards and certain things. And same thing with the shoes. And shoes, they hold value if they're new and they're in their box, and if you have the receipt, and they're very old, and yeah, they hold their value. um it's crazy that the sneaker world is crazy. But the fact that they did this raid and this bust, it's not for one pair of shoes that cost $950. No, this has been a big amount of an order that it triggered, like, the authorities. It's just, they're not just gonna come after you because you bought one pair. Because then I'll be like, you guys have way too much time in your hands. Like, you guys need to be focusing on other things. But I'm sure they did this all for a reason. Okay. All right, let's go on to the next story. And oh Lord. All right, the next story is a little weird one. It's in reference to this quarterback, from yesterday, with this stabbing incident. And the quarterback's name is Mark Sanchez, and he's been arrested for an incident that happened last night, I believe it was. Let's figure it out.
Right now at 11, sports commentator and former NFL quarterback and USC superstar Mark Sanchez stabbed and then later arrested. This happened early this morning while he was on a work trip in Indianapolis. Thanks for joining us. I'm Kathy Barra.
And I'm Jonathan Gonzalez. We've been following these developments on this story all day long, including Sanchez's arrest. And
yeah, Andrew, sounds like entrapment. I think so too.
USC with reaction tonight. Tracy.
Yeah, Jonathan and Kathy, Mark Sanchez played for 3 seasons at USC before heading to the NFL. I spoke to sports journalist Arash Markazi. He's known Mark Sanchez for more than 2 decades. He says this arrest is shocking.
Former New York Jets quarterback and USC standout Mark Sanchez was arrested Saturday morning after he was stabbed in Indianapolis. The Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department says they arrested the 38-year-old at the hospital for his involvement in the incident for battery with injury, unlawful entry of a motor vehicle, and public intoxication, all misdemeanors.
The idea that he would start a fight or elicit a fight or something like this, again, he's a professional, right? Like, he's a professional broadcaster. He's there for work. Like, this is what made it so surprising. So this goes against the person that I've known for the past 20 years.
Sports journalist Arash Markazi and the founder of the Sporting Tribune has known Sanchez since their time together at USC. Sanchez, who's now a Fox Sports analyst, was in Indianapolis to call the Raiders-Colts game on Sunday.
The fact that he's such a high-profile guy, to the extent he has some problems with the law, hurting his image, that could really undermine his ability to stay in the public eye, keep a high-profile job like this. Fox Sports may just want to cut the cord.
NBC4 legal analyst Royal Oakes says it's still too early to come to any conclusions since Sanchez has not yet been charged. As of Saturday afternoon, Sanchez was still in the hospital and had not yet been booked. But Oakes predicts this could have a major impact on his career.
If you're in the entertainment business or the broadcast news business, sports broadcasting, usually there's a morals clause in your contract that says if you do things that cause a lot of people to think ill of you, then the boss has a right to say, sorry, we're going in a different direction.
Sanchez was born in Long Beach and went to Mission Viejo High School, where he was considered one of the top quarterbacks in the nation before heading to USC, where he was a star athlete, and then went on to be a top 5 pick for the NFL and played 10 seasons. He transitioned to broadcasting after his retirement from the NFL. Fox Sports released a statement on X saying Mark Sanchez was injured in Indianapolis on Saturday and is currently recovering in the hospital in stable condition. We are deeply grateful to the medical team for the exceptional care and support. Our thoughts and prayers are with Mark, and we ask that everyone please respect his and his family's privacy during this time. This isn't Sanchez's first run-in with the law. In 2006, he was accused of sexual assault at USC, but the charges were later dropped. While it's still unclear what caused this recent incident, Markazi says it seems out of character.
From the moment we heard about it, has been shocking every step of the way. He got stabbed. What happened? Oh my God, he got arrested and he was involved in this and may have been the person who kind of began this process. It's so surprising from the person that we've seen for the past 20 years.
USC also released a statement on social media saying in part their football community sends their support to Mark and his family. Reporting live near the USC campus, Tracy Leong, NBC4 News.
Okay.
That's crazy. That's crazy. And the guy's like, he's still in the hospital. So he's going to be booked. He instigated the whole thing. That's wild. Just checking something out here. Give me 1 second. I got a couple of stories I want to watch. Okay, this one doesn't say anything. Okay. Let me just set this up. Let me set these two up. I guess some Halloween stuff starting early. That's crazy. Let me just resize these two. And then we're going to watch 3 videos of Tyson De La Cruz because he just uploaded another one. He's a maniac. He works hard, puts up a lot of video, a lot of content. And I like it because he's really dedicated. I'm trying to be as dedicated, but my shows are live. Unedited. Unscripted. It's raw. That's how we like it. Okay, let me see. So we're done. Let me see. Oh goodness, we gotta watch this one too. Okay, give me one. I want to set it all up. We got a lot of stories. The morning is still here. I may have to heat up this coffee again, which I'll probably end up doing. I'm trying to see if there's anything like really, really big. Are you kidding me? This was a few days back? How come I didn't even see this? Oh my god, there's like two stories that are crazy. Alright, we're gonna have to watch both of them. It was like, yeah, Tyson's is gonna be towards the end. Don't worry, we got time. It's still early. And good morning, everyone who is popping in. I appreciate you guys stopping by. Okay, I think I got this. We can take this one out. And then we got the 3 Tysons. Okay, close this one. Oh, Lord, this is another one, another crazy one. Holy shit! I'm telling you, the energy is too hype, right? I've been telling you guys for a while now that the sun is really hype with energy. Us humans cannot take this energy. It's driving people to go crazy. It's driving people to go crazy. And we got to be careful because this energy is very fucking strong. And people they can't control themselves. It's just the next couple of stories you're going to see here. It's fucking crazy. Okay? Like I would say the next 4 stories are fucking crazy. And let's get to it, right? Let's get to it. I gotta heat up my coffee again. All right, let me read the chat real quick before I start. Okay, you sent me an email? Okay. They even had a Black Hawk helicopter, plus it shows all the children zip tied together. I'll have to see it. I'll have to check it out. I gotta heat up my coffee. Okay, let's watch these next 4 crazy stories. Okay, and I haven't seen them. I just opened them up right now. So let's get to it. This is gonna be wild.
Is dead, his father hospitalized after a Friday afternoon stabbing. Hello and welcome in, everybody. I'm Casey Stiegel, the victim, just 15 years old,
My
and a student
God.
at Fort Worth ISD's Polytechnic High School. Relatives say his father was also stabbed and was critically injured.
My God.
Investigators tell us a juvenile suspect admitted to cutting someone in self-defense. Detectives are now trying to piece together what led up to the fatal clash
Oh my God.
and how to proceed with charges. Fox 4's Vanya
In
Castillo
Texas?
live with more on tonight's top
Chloe.
story. Good evening, Vanya.
Oh my God.
Hi, Casey. Yeah, an absolutely heartbreaking story today. A Fort Worth mother is grieving after she says a group of teens stabbed her son and husband, leaving her husband in critical condition and killing her son.
And I pray to God to save him.
Jeanette De La Rosa's son Jacob was killed on Friday right across the street from his school.
He was his first year in high school, so he was excited. He had just got a haircut, which he was so excited because he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna go get the girls, Mom." And I'm like, "Okay, whatever."
Her husband had gone to pick up their kids early from a gas station right across from the Polytech High School after their oldest son had said there was a rumor going around that a group of teens were going to attack one of her sons. But once her husband arrived at the gas station,
And my husband was being jumped by 2 of them, and that's when he said he didn't realize that one of them had stabbed him. He just said he felt hotness from the back.
And that's when things took a turn for the worse.
And then my other son, the one that passed away, he got off the truck, and that boy that killed him punched him, and he obviously reacted. And I don't know, one moment he took out his knife and just stabbed him.
She says her husband jumped into the truck and raced Jacob to the hospital.
With my oldest son holding Jacob while he was passing away. Like he said he was turning blue and his eyes were rolling back. And he told him, "I'm dying, I'm dying." But he wasn't even crying. He was just telling him that he was dying.
De La Rosa tried desperately to reach her family.
They wouldn't answer me. Probably 10 minutes later after that, my husband called me and he just told me, "Jacob's dead, Jacob's dead."
She says her son was stabbed in the heart.
Oh my God.
According to police, they were called to the scene at 3:35 p.m., but by the time they'd arrived, everyone had already left. While police say they did run into the teens who claimed to cut another person in self-defense, they didn't provide details, and the reason for the stabbing is still unclear.
This is so
That was
disturbing.
when you went to aggravate my son, hit him first, and then stabbed him. And then the other 2 are stabbing and fighting my husband.
De La Rosa says her husband tried talking to the teens, threatening one of her sons before the day of the altercation.
He was already threatening my kid's life. He was already threatening to shoot up my house. I have messages of that. I have messages of him saying, he sending my address, like, I know where you live at, to my son.
The grieving mother says she'd reported the threats to the boy's school, Polytechnic High School, the same week, but says the school didn't take her seriously. She says she'd also called Fort Worth police, but they never showed up.
That's
Wow.
something that my kids will never, them two were there. The image of his brother, he can't forget it. He cannot stop thinking about his brother bleeding out on him.
Her husband was in critical condition but is now stable. She says because of the extent of his injuries, he needed to be operated and was told his son had died right before he went under.
They took my baby, and they shouldn't have done that. I want justice for Jacob. They took my baby, and I want them to get arrested. And I want justice, and I don't care if they're juveniles.
Well, as of right now, Fort Worth police have not released any information regarding any arrests. Now, we did also reach out to Fort Worth ISD, but it being the weekend, we have not heard back from them. But we'll, of course, continue to keep pressing for answers. Back to you, Casey.
Just an incredibly heartbreaking story. Fox 4's Vanya Castillo reporting live for us tonight. Vanya, thank you.
That's fucking crazy. That is fucking crazy. What the hell? What? The son gets stabbed in the heart. The father gets stabbed also and ends up in serious and critical, and he's getting better. He had to have surgery and so forth. So, but his son is dead. I bet you it was some punk kid that was messing with him. And then he took the easy way out with a knife. Sounds like very familiar territory with the Camelo. Hey, remember the Camelo kid? The black kid that stabbed the white kid in the heart and killed him in that track and field shit? That's coming up like next year. The Camelo case. I'm going to be covering that one for sure. Damn, that's fucked up, dude. Gone too young, man. Too young. And then stabbed him in the heart. You know, it's like what makes it, what in your mind makes it okay for you to stab or hurt any other person? How there's no scenario that makes it okay. I mean, if you're robbing someone or you're threatening their life and then they self-defense and shoot you, then you know then that's instant justice, you know. But you're just like fighting because you just like dislike each other, and then you're gonna come and try to and kill the kid because you don't like the kid. It's just, you know, no, it's like that's automatic. Like you're gonna automatically lose that case. There's no scenario where you're gonna win. There is no scenario where you're gonna triumphant that court and that jury that you're gonna have to. I'm telling you, 2026 is gonna be crazy with cases. Like all these cases are gonna be super entertaining. I'll be following up on this one too. I would like to see who was the kid that stabbed this one and killed him. Like, I want to know who was that kid. I'm sure I'm gonna follow up on it and see if we get pictures of the kid who did the dirty deeds. Okay, let's go on to the next story because, like I said, it's just a 4 in a row here. So let's check this one out. and you guys be the judge. Okay, that's justified. That's justified. That was justified. Alright. Hold on, I gotta see it again. Hold on, let's see this again. Let's start it from the beginning. Hold on. wait. Hold on. Hold on. That's fucked up. Alright. I'm not high enough. Yeah, that's funny. We're gonna watch that again. Let me take a couple of more hits. I'm just not high enough for this video. Yo, she was hitting it with the bag. You didn't see her? She was like, where's my bag? I got a bag right here. Here we go. She was like this. Girl sitting down was like, finish her. Boom! Kick their ass down. Kicked her to the fucking ground. No, she hit landed on the seat. And she's like, now she's the victim. Now she went from Karen to now Karen the victim. Oh, Lord. All right, let's watch this again. I need to heat up my coffee. I really do. Oh, Lord. Let's get back to it. This is crazy. I'm going to make it bigger for us to see it so we can see it much better. Okay, pay attention to the old lady that's standing right there, right? With the bags, whatever she has on her, right? And someone's sitting here on the left. And this lady that's standing, this lady is hitting this person or something, right? And gets up, gets mad, and finish her, kicks her, and she lands on the seat over here. And then she gets up, and then she's like, wants to play like a victim. I don't know. Like, shocking moment, passenger kicks old woman across train. I mean, I think the old lady's at fault here. She instigated it. It doesn't matter what age. Respect is respect. Respect doesn't have an age limit. The last time I checked, so this lady got finished. Let's watch. Finish her. Now she's the victim. How dare she? Now she ends up with the victim. The victim card. Alright, what else is she gonna do? She can sit down right there.
One more time.
The guy gets in the middle.
原来他是男的啦，那你可以自己开车啊？为什么你要可以挂东西呢？我就是要坐这里啊。我也坐啊，坐下，就先坐。没有，我现在才知道他是很可怕的人。
Main victim. Look, get her, look. Yeah, hold my back straight. Alright, bitch. Good time. Oh, okay, bitch. Finish her. Holy shit. He finished her right to her seat where she should have been sitting from the beginning.
You can try one more time.
Just out there. She has plenty of seats right behind her. Why can't she not sit down?
因为他是男的啦，那你可以自己开车啊，为什么你要可以挂东西呢？我就是要坐这里啊，可以坐啊，坐下，先坐。没有，我现在才知道他是很可怕的人。
Man, I wish I could speak their language. 7, that's a mission. Go back and replay and see what the hell they said. We gotta go get a Google translator and put it and then see what they're saying. Because I'm like, okay, if the elders, they get priority, right, for seating, which I agree they do, but right behind her, there are seats available. I mean, what's the difference between the seats? I don't get it. But she finish her. Kicked her right to her fucking seat where she should have been from the fucking beginning. She would have sat there. She would have been fine. But no, she was hitting this passenger with her bag, and the second time she was like, "Oh my!" Like, because the old lady hit her with the bag, and she was like, "Oh my white bag," and waited, and the old lady comes with hit her again with the bag, and that's when finish her moment came, and poof, and kicked her to her seat. And the old lady's like in shock, like I don't get it. You know what I mean? If you hit me with a bag like that, shit, I would probably have done. I would have done the same. I don't know if I would have kicked her, but I would have been like, "Look, man, sit your ass down right here. Shut up." You know what I mean? But that was a pretty forceful kick, and I hope the one that received the one in the receiving end, has think it through, and kind of she was a little aggressive. If she asked that person probably like nicely, can I sit there? I'd be like, all right. I mean, but there's seating available, so it's not like it was a full train and she needed to sit down, and she didn't want to give it up and stuff. Then that's different. But the train was empty, so I don't get it. What's up, Albie? Good morning. Let's see what's going on here. Let's go back here. It was black people. They're going to try to cover it up. Wait, the one that killed the boy was a black person? Don't tell me, 7, for real? I don't know. I just literally just saw the story, so I just brought it up to the show. Oh Lord, that's crazy, Andrea. See, that's crazy. Like, yeah, Chicago's crazy. I sent thousand memes. Oh Lord. Yeah, you gotta see. I gotta start putting some content up on my shorts, because the shorts tends to bring in more subscribers than just regular like doing through YouTube. It's like the trick is get them through the shorts, bring in the viewers, and then they'll come to you from the shorts. Let me see what we're gonna watch next. Oh no, Oh no, another crazy story. It's another crazy story. It's not Monday. It's only Saturday. I wish it was a manic Monday. Okay, let's watch this. This is crazy.
Oh, funny as well. And as well. Oh, listen, mate. Yo, you're making a fucking real mistake. You're putting everything, mate. You're making a real fucking mistake. I've been trying to climb down all night. No. Yeah, no. This is my passport.
Oh, he's fighting with the police.
I'm coming, you fuck. You fuck. Stop. You fucking.
He didn't start that. They started that. My dad did not start that.
Get off my fucking neck.
What the hell? Is this steroids? Is he on steroids? What the hell is going on here?
That's my fucking dad. Don't even Oh, okay.
No, I think it's real. One of your friends.
Oh, good, thank you, man. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well done, well done.
Wow. That was in a fucking airline. That's crazy. That is crazy. Yeah, I just saw the video here. It's gonna take me a moment to bring it up, Chloe. So as we continue on here, I'll bring up that video in a moment. Let's take a look at this one, and then I'll work on the other one. Okay, here we go.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I'm Liz Quirantes.
And I'm Jim Grimes.
Tonight, a nurse is fighting for her life after she was brutally attacked by a patient at Palms West Hospital in Loxahatchee.
Yeah, she was attending to a man who had been brought in for a mental evaluation. And tonight there are questions about the hospital. Is it even equipped to deal with these Baker Act patients?
CBS 12's Katie Benty joins us live from St. Mary's Medical Center with more on what happened and the latest on the nurse's condition. Katie?
Yeah, Jim, Liz, the victim
victim was flown here by Trauma Hawk to St. Mary's in critical condition. Investigators say the attacker essentially broke every bone in her face, and she'll likely lose the use of both of her eyes. Now, tonight, the big question remains here. Why was a Baker Act patient at a facility that's not designated for psychiatric holds, and could this nurse have been better?
Yes, I got it. I'm setting it up.
Answers, and this is what we know.
But I got it.
Video captures 33-year-old Steven Scantlebury
I did open it.
shirtless, running into traffic on Southern Boulevard, moments after deputies say he brutally attacked a nurse inside HCA Florida Palms West Hospital. Investigators say Scantlebury was under a Baker Act hold after showing signs of paranoia for days. But according to the National Alliance on Mental Illness, Palms West isn't one of Palm Beach County's 5 designated Baker Act facilities. So why was he here?
If he did not need medical attention, and for some reason these deputies took him to that facility knowing that this was not a designated facility, are they saying that there was no other beds anywhere in the county? That would be the first time I've ever heard of that, but I guess it's a possibility.
Palm Beach County's mental health system has struggled for years, especially after the Jerome Golden Center, a psychiatric hospital, closed in 2019. Just last month, commissioners approved $10 million to help build a new crisis center. But if bed space is the issue, that solution is still years away.
Let's say there were no other beds available, and this was just the nearest place to take him. Knowing that this was not a facility that could cope with a mentally unstable patient, then he shouldn't have been taken there.
A dangerous circumstance that left a nurse fighting for her life. Nurses union leaders say this wasn't just a fluke. Violence in hospitals is a growing issue.
There's a lot of anxiety, a lot of fear, a lot of pressure to go into work every day, knowing that workplace violence will happen at some point. It's a part of the disease process for many patients.
But what if this nurse wasn't trained to handle a Baker Act patient at all?
And they end up in the emergency department, and the staff there are dealing with them the same way they would deal with any patient. And if they have a severe mental illness, the staff may not be equipped or trained to deal with them.
Dr. Daniel Bober takes in Baker Act patients every day in Broward County. He says training and resources make a huge difference.
They know how to diffuse confrontation. They have obviously certain physical environments they work in. They have access to, for example, panic buttons and things like that. So they are used to dealing with violent, aggressive patients.
Now, Scantlebury is in jail facing an attempted murder charge, and hospital officials did confirm with us that they are not a Baker Act facility, but they said if a patient comes in with a medical issue and starts to show signs of mental health crisis, then they're able to do an assessment and determine if a hold is necessary. Now, it's not clear if that's what happened here. We did press them asking why Scantlebury was there in the first place, but due to patient privacy issues and laws, they're not able to release those details. Reporting live in West Palm Beach, I'm Katie Benty, CBS 12 News.
Wow, that's just weird. I'm telling you, we're living in interesting times. Very interesting times. Guy attacked the damn nurse. Now she's likely gonna lose both of her eyes. Like, are you kidding me? Like, she's gonna be blind. Like, how the hell is she gonna fucking work? She's gonna be blind. So, like, oh my goodness gracious. I don't know, man. What's going? Like, I'm telling you, the sun right here, this big beautiful sun. You see that solar flare back there, right? You see it right here, that big solar flare. Earth can't handle the energy that's we're being bombarded with, and people are going crazy. People are doing wild shit, like wild shit. All right, Andrea, I'm going to show the video that you sent me. So give me 1 second to stream it here. All right, here we go.
I spoke to one woman who actually lives in this building, and she says she was detained by ICE agents overnight, and she says they took everyone and then asked questions later.
They just treated us like we were nothing.
Patricia Fisher says she came out to the hallway of her apartment complex on the corner of 75th and South Shore Drive in her nightgown around 10 Monday night, only to find ICE agents yelling police.
It was scary because I've never had a gun put in my face. They asked my name and my date of birth and asked me did I have any warrants, and I told them no, I didn't.
She says she was then handcuffed and released around 3 a.m. Fisher says she was told if anyone had any kind of warrant out for them, even if it was unrelated to immigration, they would not be released. Citizen-at video shows the chaotic scene overnight. Trucks and military-style vans were used to separate parents from their children. Other neighbors say they saw agents destroying property to get in the building.
And they had a big 15-inch chainsaw with a round blade on it, cutting this fence down. We're under siege. We're being invaded by our own military.
The FBI did confirm this morning that they did help the U.S. Border Patrol carry out a targeted immigration enforcement operation in this area, and they say they have been supporting these efforts at the direction of the U.S. Attorney General.
Hell yeah, that's what I voted for. Get those motherfuckers out. Even the kids. Because if the kids came in illegal, they got to go too. You know what I mean? And if they don't want to break up the family, they don't have to break up the family. They're not into breaking up families. The whole family could be deported along with the like whoever's want to go with him. You're more than welcome to go wherever in the world you guys came from. And it's just not Mexican people. It's just not Spanish people. It's people from all around the fucking world. They just arrested that superintendent that was in that educational scandal over in Iowa, where you had this guy that's from I don't know where in Africa, and he was like the poster child, and he had like gun charges, he had other things in his record. He should have never been a superintendent, but they just DEI that motherfucker to the top. And that position was making over $300,000 a year. And his credentials, a lot of them were fake. Right? Okay. But we got more stories here. Let's check this one out. Let me set it up.
Anti-ICE protesters bringing violence to America's streets, but Democrats are refusing to help.
Let me go heat up my coffee.
And we're talking about the chaos that has broken out in Portland, Oregon, and in Chicago. The split screen you see here, the absolute violent assaults and riots happening as the governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, saying, I want to be clear, there is no need for military troops on the ground in the state of Illinois. Go out to Portland, Oregon, this same exact thing you're seeing there, the same violence in the streets, more than 100 days of violent assaults on the ICE facility in Portland, as the attorney general there in Portland says that Portland is not the president's war-torn fantasy. Our city is not ravaged, and there's no rebellion. Joining us now, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. Madam Secretary, we just showed our viewers exactly the reality of what's playing out, and then the rhetoric of the Democratic leaders, and it seems to tell two different stories.
Yes, I've encouraged the governor of Oregon and of Illinois, and that attorney general should go down and spend some time with our ICE officers and with our Border Patrol officers and encounter the protesters that they do, because these individuals are shouting hateful things at them, threatening their families, putting their hands on them, and acts of violence are occurring on a regular basis. So they're just sitting far away in safe facilities, some of them with protective detail, which is a very different situation than trying to clean up the streets and help protect the families and the victims of these criminals that have been roaming for far too long.
So during the break, you told us that there are actually some individual agents who have been identified and have bounties placed on their heads. Mm-hmm. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we had a really strange incident yesterday where we had a caravan of 10 different vehicles that were following our Border Patrol agents and officers that were out there on the streets of Chicago. And they had followed them and gotten them cornered, pinned them down. And then our agents, when getting out of their cars, they tried to run them over and had semi-automatic handguns on them to where our agents had to protect themselves, and shots were fired, and an individual ended up in the hospital that was attacking these officers. Very dangerous situation. And then in that situation as well, this individual had threatened them previously and had told them that they all needed to go down and shouted expletives at them. So our intelligence indicates that these people are organized. They're getting more and more people on their team as far as attacking officers, and they're making plans to ambush them and to kill them. We have specific officers and agents that have bounties that have been put out on their heads. It's been $2,000 to kidnap them, $10,000 to kill them. They've released their pictures. They've sent them between their networks, and it's an extremely dangerous situation and unprecedented. So we've put protective detail around those individuals, changed some of our operations to keep our officers safe. But make no mistake, this isn't just about, protesting free speech or that they don't like that people out here are upholding the law of our country. They're actually going out there and saying, kill these people and we'll give you this much money to do it.
Well, and Secretary, I want to stay on the bounties. Who is issuing the bounties? I know that you guys are looking into groups like Antifa. Is it linked to that, or who is issuing these bounties? What do we know right now?
Well, I'm going to be careful what I say because we have investigations going on and these threats are out there. So I'm not going to give you specific officers, although they have been targeted towards specific officers and released their phone numbers or released their pictures. But it is gangs, it is cartel members, and known terrorist organizations, so foreign terrorist organizations as deemed by the president, but also ones that we have known for many, many years. And they are making sure that they know which officers are out there and being extremely effective, and they want to take them down because they want to try to stop the operations that are going that are keeping them from making money off their criminal networks.
Do you have any evidence that those same cartels are actually helping fund some of the protests themselves in terms of turning people out?
Well, we've been spending a lot of time working as a whole of government approach. And so I talked to Scott Bessent about this last night, and he's really helping us dig into the funding of these operations, where they're getting their money. When you're down there with these protesters and you're looking at them and interacting with them. I was in Chicago just 2 days ago. Watching these protesters and our officers engage with them. All the protesters are wearing the same gas masks. They're carrying the same kind of signs. Many of them were printed with the same font. They look like they came from the same company. To be that organized and have the same equipment to push back on law and order, you know that somebody is funding them and organizing them and that they're being paid. What would all these individuals be doing, and how are they affording their groceries, their rent, their homes? When they're down on the street protesting at 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning, and spending all day there just screaming horrible things at law enforcement, putting their hands on them and violating our laws.
Well, and what's for the life of me, I can't understand, Madam Secretary, and it was just weeks ago here on this couch, I asked you how concerned you were that one of your agents could be killed. In that time, since I asked you that, we have had bullets fired into the Dallas facility there, claiming the lives of 2 illegal aliens that were in custody, with your agents running into the fire to try and protect those detainees. And just 2 days after that incident on the streets of Chicago, there in Broadview, where all of this is happening, you have people chanting, shoot ICE, kill ICE. But for the life of me, I cannot understand why Democrat politicians and local leaders like Chicago's Mayor Brandon Johnson is literally calling you essentially a liar when you make the case that your ICE agents are being attacked. Here's a little bit of what he had to say. I want to get your response.
She has no idea what she's talking about. The Trump administration, they are completely delusional right now. And what they are promulgating in this particular moment are not just unconstitutional measures, but they're dangerous and reckless, and it's antithetical to who we are as a nation.
Madam Secretary, your reaction to that?
Well, let's remember that mayor has a less than 6% approval rating in Chicago. So the people who live there, less than 6%, think he might be doing somewhat of a good job. Overwhelmingly, that man is a failure. He's a failure for his people and hasn't stood up for the victims of the crimes that have happened in his city. So we're going to keep doing our work. Every day when we're they're doing our operations, when I'm there with them, people on the streets are clapping as we do our work. They're clapping as these officers are arresting these bad criminals. And out of the 12 that we arrested during the short period of time I was there, 6 of them had criminal records in their backgrounds that the state had arrested them and just turned them loose on the street again for assault, for weapons possession, for robbery. Those individuals now are off the streets thanks to President Trump, not thanks to that mayor who's delusional at best.
So do you tie a direct line between the rhetoric from people like Mayor Johnson and other Democrats to the actual increase in assaults and the threat of violence?
Oh, absolutely. He's giving them air cover. He's giving them air cover so they can go out and keep committing crimes. It's wrong. There should be consequences for that and for leaders that stand up and knowingly lie about the situation on the ground. This is a war zone. His city is a war zone, and he's lying so that criminals can go in there and destroy people's lives. You know, those individuals that live there are waking up to it. They understand that where we have gone, we've made it much more free. People are much safer. We've got 1,000 criminals that are off the streets of Chicago just because we've been there, not because of his help. And in fact, they don't even let our ICE officers and our Border Patrol officers use restrooms in facilities. Those men and women were telling us that they have to figure out even where they can go sit down for 5 minutes to have lunch or to use a restroom throughout their shift and their break. So they've made it a very difficult situation. But what I was so encouraged by was these officers love their jobs. They love their jobs. They're so excited that they get to go out there and serve our country. And they see normal, everyday people going to work who thank them. And I don't know if you saw those videos of those folks down there chanting USA
Indeed.
and holding signs encouraging ICE. If more Americans would do that, if you would go down there and show them when you have some spare time, it really is encouraging to our officers.
How are they holding up, Secretary? I mean, it's got to be hard to be called
they're doing
these names.
good.
Yeah.
I asked them that too, because that's what I worry about. You get people yelling and screaming stuff in your face all day long.
Yeah.
You know, you kind of lose perspective on where you are or what you're doing, but they're so encouraged. Many of these individuals that are on these swift response teams, they left home before we started the LA operation. They got called up to go to LA just 24 hours before they had to pack and get there to help bring some law and order to Los Angeles. So they went from LA then to Chicago. So they've been gone for months, living in different hotels or situations there to bring safety and security. And they don't know necessarily when they'll go home to their families. But they said, we are all in for this because we know our families don't have a chance unless President Trump cleans up our streets and cleans up you know, the safety and the security of our schools and our communities. So they understand and they're true believers in this country and what it can be. And they don't want to see it get as dangerous in so many cities like it did in 2020 across the country when it was out of control. And we had the kind of violence that came from some of these same organizations.
Well, Secretary Noem, thank you so much for joining us this morning and breaking all that down. And you and your agents are in our thoughts and prayers. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. That means the world. Thank you very much.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmer.
That's just that's what they wanted. Civil War. That's what they wanted. All right, let's go on to other news here. Let's go ahead and close some of these windows. Okay. Got a few more here to watch. Let's check out this one, and we're gonna be the judge and jury. This happened in like a few days back. I'm just seeing this for the first time, so well, we're probably seeing it for the first time. So let's take a look at it. Whoa, those are nice.
43 for him, 43 for him. I see a few males running, one with a knife in their hand. Further, passing by a Zoom gas station. One male with their head sweated, but only with a machete. On a route. I got eyes. 45, and you. 45 for him to dance, 45 for him to dance. I'm on down, 45. Is there a directional point for the second burp? The U trick for 248. For them to 48, I'm losing it. You guys get another picture. On the 30th Avenue side, he's running.
Why would you wear a red hoodie?
150, are you on the control?
Oh, they got him.
W50 confirming both of the knives were not being handed, right? The perimeter, both with the knife were all being handed. One at 49 and 12, the one that's 35 and what hand. 10-4.
14, 15 years old. Look at that shit. And why the hell would you wear red? Out of all colors, why would you wear red? Oh, they caught the other kids. Look. They had eyes on them because they had cameras all over. So the cameras, they just follow you.
Thanks to the quick response of Borough Park Shamri,
And they could catch them.
in collaboration with the NYPD, a machete was recovered, and the victim was transported to MyMindover's medical center with non-life-threatening injuries and is currently in stable condition.
Wow. Let's check this story out.
So protesters have been camping outside this facility since June, and just last night we saw people burning the American flag. Multiple fights broke out. Police responded with pepper spray, and officers arrested at least 3 people. All this as Democrats argue that President Trump does not need to deploy the National Guard.
So despite the chaos you're watching, the Portland ICE director says the local police aren't given much help. Here's the border czar, Tom Homan, on that.
The local government does not support ICE. You know, every attack on ICE building and ICE personnel, Portland Police Department don't respond. It's a dangerous job, and it's making it more dangerous from the threats and the attacks. I'm most concerned when I talk to the other employees like the clerk and the support personnel. People don't carry badges and guns. They get followed home from the building. One agent was followed home from the building and assaulted in his very own driveway. Every night, I pray that every one of these men and women go home safe.
Bill Maluzhin is now in Portland, and he has this report for us. Good morning, Bill.
Dana, good morning to you. I can tell you there was a whole lot of tension out here last night. We witnessed a violent fist fight that left a man unconscious and injured. We saw the American flag being burned. We saw people getting maced in the face. And then once again, we saw a bunch of clashes with federal agents. We'll dive right into the video. Take a look. This was last night, one of those clashes. You see federal agents bull rushing, coming out of the building and arresting a protester who had stepped onto federal property despite repeated warnings. There were protesters on a megaphone taunting the feds, saying, "What are you going to do if we step on the property?" Well, that person found out. There's another video we had showing agents chasing down and arresting a separate protester, though it's unclear exactly what she was detained for. Then take a look at this. This was that violent fight. These 2 men had been jawing at each other all night long. Then the fists started flying. The man in the white shirt was pro-ICE, the black shirt anti-ICE. He was the one who got laid out with a punch to the face. And minutes later, we saw him appear to collapse with federal agents and then go limp with some serious swelling to his face. Those feds had to carry him inside their building for medical attention. But Dana, Bill, there was no Portland police out here to intervene during any of this. It's an issue that the Portland ICE director told me has been an ongoing problem due to local politics. Take a listen.
Not really supposed to respond to this building. There have been folks that have been assaulted right down here on the street, even across the street, and it takes Portland police a while to respond, or sometimes they don't respond.
I would turn in my badge.
Is that frustrating?
It is frustrating. It's frustrating for us to watch people be attacked on the street and know that we don't have the authority to be able to really step in unless there's some nexus to federal law. That's frustrating for us.
Now, anti-ICE protesters also set this American flag on fire before it was ripped away by independent journalist Nick Sorter. He put the flames out and took the flag away. That led to him being cussed out by protesters. More on him in a second. But lastly, I want to show you this. Take a look. We witnessed this female protester getting maced in the face by a federal agent for unknown reasons. She had been yelling at agents, but we didn't see anything get physical. Well, Portland police officers who were watching from the sidelines then walked over and began collecting videos afterwards showing that macing from the witnesses. And officers on scene told our producer they are reviewing the incident for potential federal wrongdoing. And back out here live at the end of the night, after all the tension and violence had happened, Portland police
everything they're doing on that
rapid
is okay.
response unit and made 3 arrests. We can confirm that one of those arrests was that independent journalist.
Don't worry, that guy will get
Nick
pardoned by
Sorter.
Trump.
We're going to talk to him shortly to figure out what happened. But bottom line here, guys, a lot of tension, things getting violent out here, and still the National Guard has not been deployed to this building just yet.
Okay.
We'll send it back to you.
Bill Melugin, always in the middle of things. Thank you.
So thank you, Bill, for that. In Portland, where the sun hasn't come up yet, we want to take you to Chicago, Illinois. This is the town of Broadview. It's due west of downtown Chicago, about 12 miles, or 25, 30 minutes given traffic here. So this is another ICE facility in Illinois. And we were watching protesters gather outside the facility a moment ago.
Take video, send it to me.
Something else we can share with you that has also happened, okay? This is 8 o'clock Central Time. If we've got it, we'll roll it. If not,
So you can be out there
this
with
is
a
the scene
mask.
that's happening there. Hugh Hewitt is with us now. And Hugh, good morning to you. I was prepared to suggest that, like, this is moth to the flame in a place like Portland. And I thought for some time that Portland is where this all comes to a head. But I'm no longer convinced of that, Hugh. It could be Portland. It could be Illinois. It could be another town that's yet to be named. Regardless, what appears to be developing is that there will be more and more of these protests as the days, the weeks, and the months go on. And I think that's the point to be made right now, Hugh. Good morning to you.
Good morning. I think you're right, Bill. Social media allows communities to come together that should not normally be able to get together, including people like Antifa, including anti-ICE people. Now, the American people generally, 2/3 of them think crime is a major issue. More than half of them support President Trump. But on issues like what we saw Bill reporting on from Portland, I'll bet you it's a 99.1% issue. There's 635,000 people living in Portland. I'm going to guess 634,000 plus support ICE and want peace and quiet and safety. Their political leadership in Portland is hard left. It's not the Portland police fault. They get told what to do and where to go by their political leadership. Same deal in Chicago and its suburbs, same deal in every city that resists President Trump's offer of help with the National Guard. So the issue is going to work for President Trump and for the Republicans generally, because Democrats deny what we're all seeing. It's sort of like the immigration crisis of the last 3 years. We all saw what Bill reported from the border, but the Democrats don't want to do anything, and they've got to act.
I agree. I was saying that on the 5 last night. We have yet another split screen moment where Bill Melugin's right in the middle of it. There are some Democrats who criticize this crackdown. Watch here.
What he's trying to do is use our National Guardsmen as toy soldiers, and none of them signed up for that.
Portland, Oregon is a beautiful, vibrant, successful city. We are not a war zone.
Portland is pretty calm and peaceful and recovering, and business has been coming back downtown. We've been recovering from the riots that Trump incentivized and stimulated back in 2020, and we're like, stay away.
It's amazing blaming President Trump for that.
Dana, TDS is a hell of a drug. The Portland political actors, they can tell us to not see what we see and hear what we hear, but it's not going to work. Now, they might get elected by the hyper-lefty, narrow pluralities in their city, but the rest of the country, and it's a lot of the country, it's 80% of the country or greater, want law enforcement supported, they want ICE supported, they disparage and will throw out eventually blue state politicians who do not provide for a safe environment. Right after the economy, crime and safety is the second most important issue. President Trump gets it. He is going to get the support of more than a majority of the American people wherever he sends the National Guard. So if Democrats want to keep saying, don't believe your own eyes, let them, they're going to lose with this issue because crime and safety matters a lot to everybody who's watching right now.
Okay, now I want to move to Memphis, but one more point about Portland. One of the people out there said the folks here go from a crowd of 50 to a crowd of 1,000 in 30 minutes. And sometimes in Portland, we only have 20 officers there. Now, what you're seeing on screen here is Memphis. 93 arrests as of Thursday, 28 illegal guns seized. These are business owners and these are residents who live in Memphis and their initial reaction to what they're seeing here. Watch.
I think it's an asset for the city and our community. It's just be a benefit for the community and our citizens to keep everyone safe.
They're coming in to help the community and things like that, but also could send mixed signals to our tourists that's coming, you know. seeing all of that may scare them or deter them from coming.
I think it's very well needed. Crime is getting out of hand, and they get rid of some of the crime, and just make it more peaceful.
I think the point to be made there is don't believe your ears, believe your eyes. And whether you're living in Memphis or Washington, D.C., look around and ask yourself, is your quality of life better now or not, Hugh?
Yeah, law-abiding people want the National Guard to help the police wherever there is a shortage of police personnel. I live in Washington, D.C. in the Beltway area. I love Union Station being cleaned up and safe again. I'm sure you guys do as well when you get down there. I'm sure you want New York City to be safe. Every American who is law-abiding wants to be able to walk around their neighborhood, have their kids go to a neighbor's house without worrying about it. It's not an 80-20 issue. It's a 95-5 issue. 3% of Americans create crime. That's it, 3%.
Hugh Hewitt, always great to see you. Thank you for being on our show today.
Hugh.
Thank you.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page.
Yeah, it seems like a war to me. It really does. It seems like we're at war against each other right now. The civil war that the Democrats want, that's what they're trying to push on us. That's what we're at right now. They just want chaos all over the place. For some reason, they just want chaos. Let me check out this story here. It's another story that I have opened up. Let's go ahead and check it out together.
Давайте мені руку, вона своє живі. Я з вами рятувати.
They got bombed. They got bombed. Hell, that's a crazy one. They're getting bombed that way, and like over 500. Give me 1 second to fix this here. Over what, 500 missiles? They're still at war. They're still doing all this crazy shooting against each other, and I don't know. I think it's all messed up over there anyways. There's so much things going on in the world. Like I'm telling you, we're attracting this energy to come towards us, something from deep space that's coming towards us because of all this negative energy that we're projecting. It's crazy. All right, so we're gonna go next. We're gonna watch Tyson De La Cruz. We got 3 straight Tyson De La Cruz, and then I'm done for the day because I'm not doing an evening show. I'm just doing this show. So for those who come back in the evening and they're like, "Oh, where's this show?" Watch this one. I did a lot of news on this one, and now I'm gonna put on Tyson De La Cruz. Let's get it all set up here. Here we go.
Roberts falsely claimed to have had a doctorate in urban education leadership from Morgan State University. The university confirmed he never completed that program.
America, you want to know why schools are failing? Let me introduce you to Dr. Ian Roberts, a man who lied about his credentials, got hired as superintendent in multiple states, and is now facing federal charges as an illegal alien in possession of firearms. This is the same guy who pressured teachers to change grades, faked a doctorate, and somehow slipped through every background check in the book. If you want to know how deep this rot goes in our education system, buckle up.
All right, Tyson, let's go. Get some coffee.
Roberts is now being tied to Baltimore City's long-standing grade-changing scandal.
While serving as the principal at Friendship Academy of Science and Technology, a teacher accusing him of pressuring staff to improve students' grades without cause, even for classes they never attended.
What is up, guys? Tyson De La Cruz here. Thank you so much for rocking with me. This story is a case study in everything wrong with our public institutions. Zero accountability, zero credentials, and a system that rewards fraud over merit. Let me break down what happened here. Ian Roberts claimed that he had a doctorate from Morgan State University. And guess what? He didn't. The university confirmed he never finished the program. Yet he was hired as a superintendent in Iowa, Boston, and other places, despite being an illegal alien with deportation orders and a criminal record.
During the background check process, the degree was flagged as not completed. The resume was then revised to note that Roberts had not finished a dissertation, which is required to earn a doctorate. Board members had that revised resume throughout the interview process.
This is what happens when you have bureaucrats more interested in checking diversity boxes than actually checking credentials. The school board president even admits that they were victims of deception. But let's be real, this is a failure of due diligence. If you can't verify a degree, you shouldn't be running a school district, period. End of story.
Breaking news, Dr. Ian Roberts is now facing a federal charge in the Southern District of Iowa. The former Des Moines school superintendent is charged with possessing a firearm as an illegal alien. In addition, court documents reveal he has not been authorized to work since late 2020.
Now let's talk about the immigration angle. Roberts entered the U.S. on a student visa in 1999 that expired in 2004. He's been denied permanent residence, ignoring deportation orders, and hasn't had legal work authorization since 2020. Yet he kept getting hired for top jobs in the public education system.
Roberts entered the United States on a student visa from Guyana in 1999. That expired March 7th, 2004. And throughout the years, Roberts had been filing applications for permanent residence. And in January 2020, Roberts was denied an adjustment of his status based on his marriage to a U.S. citizen because he failed to respond for a request to additional information.
And it gets worse. He's now facing federal charges for being an illegal alien in possession of firearms. When ICE raided his house, they found multiple guns, ammo, and evidence that he'd been working illegally for years. This isn't just a paperwork issue. This is a national security risk. But Roberts' fraud didn't stop at his own resume. While being a principal in Baltimore, he was accused of pressuring teachers to get this, change students' grades, sometimes for kids who never even showed up to class. This is how you get a system where diplomas are handed out like participation trophies and kids graduate without basic skills.
A teacher accusing him of pressuring staff to improve students' grades without cause, even for classes they never attended. The teacher, who was later fired, suing the school system and Roberts for wrongful termination.
This isn't just about one bad actor. The Maryland Inspector General found over 12,000 failing grades changed to pass in 5 years. That's not education. That is fraud. And it's the taxpayers and students who pay the price. How does someone like Roberts get hired over and over again? Because the system is designed to protect itself, not the students. Every layer of bureaucracy, from HR to the school board to the state, passed the buck. They ignored red flags, failed to verify credentials, and let an illegal alien with a criminal record run public schools.
The Des Moines School Board is also a victim of deception by Dr. Roberts, one on a growing list that includes our students and teachers, our parents and community, our elected officials, and Iowa's Board of Educational Examiners, and others.
Let's be clear, this isn't just about one superintendent. This is about a culture of zero accountability, where the only thing that matters is protecting the institution, not protecting kids, not protecting teachers, not protecting the taxpayers. And it's not just Baltimore or Iowa. The last 3 superintendents in Des Moines all left under, get this, scandal. One for sexually explicit emails, the other for defying state law, and now Roberts for fraud and immigration violations. This is a pattern, not a coincidence.
Nancy Sebring resigned as Des Moines Public Schools superintendent on May 10th, 2012. That was just days before a newspaper report came out that she sent sexually explicit emails on a district-issued laptop and iPad.
This is what happens when you put politics and bureaucracy ahead of results. The people who suffer are the students, especially in the minority and low-income communities, where education is supposed to be the ticket out. Now let's talk about the real victims here. It's not the bureaucrats, it's not the politicians, it's the kids who got passed through a system without learning, and the taxpayers who foot the bill for this incompetence. When you have grade fraud, fake degrees, and illegal hiring, you destroy the trust of the public education system.
The report revealing more than 12,000 failing grades were changed to passing over a 5-year period, although Roberts was long gone before the investigation even began, ending a nearly 8-year career in the city in 2010.
This is why parents are pulling out their kids out of public schools, why teachers are burning out, and why American students are falling behind the rest of the world. When you reward fraud and punish whistleblowers, you get exactly what we're seeing now: failure on every single level.
On Dr. Ian Roberts' resume, they say Dr. Roberts provided an initial resume to JG Consulting, the firm that helped DMPS with the search. That resume said he earned a doctorate from Morgan State University. During the background check process, the degree was flagged as not completed. The resume was then revised to note that Roberts had not finished a dissertation, which is required to earn a doctorate.
So what's the solution? Radical transparency, real background checks, and zero tolerance for fraud at every single level. If you can't verify a degree, you don't get the job. If you're caught changing grades, you get fired and prosecuted. If you're in the country illegally, you don't get to run a public institution, period.
We spoke with the School Administrator of Iowa's Executive Director, Dr. Lisa Ramey, who is also the former superintendent of West Des Moines Community Schools. Ramey says resumes, transcripts, and background checks, and once a person has been narrowed down, an I-9 form. We did ask her what could be used as an extra step by schools to verify information, and she says the e-verify system.
We need to hold school boards accountable when they fail to do their jobs. No more excuses, no more passing the buck. The future of our kids and our country depends on this. America, the Ian Roberts scandal is a warning shot for every school district in the country. If you want better results, you need real accountability. No more fake degrees, no more illegal hiring, no more grade fraud. The system needs to serve students and taxpayers, not bureaucrats and fraudsters.
Now, considering Roberts' immigration status, Fox 45 has also reached out to BCPS, asking them how he was able to pass a background check. However, the school system claims that his employment falls outside of their records retention period.
Let me know what you think about this. Drop it down in the comment section down below. Smash the like button if you kindly would. Share, subscribe, and as always, guys, I'll catch you on the next one.
Nice. Good. We got 2 more to watch on Tyson, so let me set it up here, and we're gonna watch. I was shuffling my cards, and some of them fell down. You're not gonna read them. A whole bunch of them fell down, and I was shuffling them, and this whole little stack fell down. And this is the Animal Oracle deck. So let's see what cards fell down for us. How many of them fell? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6? Wait a minute. Remember I pulled out 5 cards earlier and 1 fell out, and that was 6? So I read 6. Yeah, I have them right here. The reading that I did for Andrea. And one card popped out. And then now I was just, for some reason, I started shuffling my animal oracle deck. And next thing you know, these cards just fell to the floor. And the cards that fell, and there's 6 of them. Wow, a lot of bird energy. Are you kidding me? A lot of bird energy, okay? So what came out was the vulture spirit, animal spirit, the lion spirit. So you got the vulture spirit, the lion spirit, the parrot spirit, the sandpiper spirit, the peacock spirit, and the giraffe spirit. Okay? Now for each one, and we'll start off with, hold on, we'll go to, let me put it back the way it was. You keep wanting to fall down. My goodness. These cards are very active. My God. Like, relax. These cards, they just want to keep flying out of my hands. Okay. So the vulture spirit is nothing is wasted. Meaning, you know how vultures are? Vultures, they'll pick every piece of the meat and carcass and will leave the bone behind. And some other birds actually eat the bones. They eat the bones to get the bone marrow from the bones. So they would drop the bones from high above and land them on a rock to snap the bones into pieces, and they would digest the bones. Yeah, go watch it in National Geographic. So nothing is wasted with the vulture. The peacock spirit, let it shine. Let it shine. You know how peacocks are. They get their feathers up and they like get all nice and big and they're ready for the show. You know? Let it shine. The lion spirit, be generous of spirit. So it's like be generous of spirit. Pay attention to your inner thoughts. Listen to yourself. You know, it's like respect your inner spirits and listen to it. Don't go against it. You know, it's trying to lead you to good things. I like that card. The parrot spirit. Watch your words. Watch your words. You know how parrots talk back to you, and if you start saying bad words around a parrot, it'll start repeating the bad words. Like, you know, you say the F word, and the parrot learns it, and it repeats it, and they'll tell you to F off. Like, the parrot will tell you F off. And they'll call you, like, they'll call your name, and then they say, and you're like, huh? Like, and you talk back to the bird, and the bird will flip you off. It's like, fuck you. Like, go fuck yourself. Like, yeah, these birds, you got to be careful what you say around, because it could come back to you for sure. Be nice. And Sandpiper spirit, be playful. Definitely got to be playful. Enjoy life. Enjoy your spirit. Get out more. Do more fun things. Don't be a Debbie Downer. Don't be a Debbie Downer. Enjoy, especially get out to nature And then the giraffe spirit. See the big picture. Don't always focus on the little. Focus on everything, the whole, like address everything, not just one topic. Oh, that was pretty cool. That was nice. These cards just popped out of my freaking deck. That's so wild. As I was shuffling, because I was gonna put them away, so I was gonna. I like to shuffle them before I put them away. I always like to shuffle my cards before I put them away. It's just my thing. But let's go ahead and continue on with Tyson De La Cruz, because we still got 2 more to watch, and then I'm wrapping up the show. So I know, but it's been 3.5 hours, and I'm getting kind of tired. And this is the show for the day, so people could come back and watch whatever segment they want to watch. That's upon them, and I just produce, and people watch if they want. With that said, I want to watch Tyson De La Cruz.
41 people have been arrested and taken into ICE custody after a sex trafficking raid at a strip club in Dallas.
America, we just witnessed what real law enforcement looks like when you stop playing politics and start protecting communities. Federal agents from Homeland Security Investigations, backed by ICE, Dallas Police, Texas DPS, U.S. Marshals, and even the IRS Criminal Investigation Division just crushed a suspected human trafficking operation at a Dallas strip club. 41 arrests, $30,000 in cash seized, and a criminal enterprise shut down. But here's what's really shocking. At least 5 of these individuals have extensive criminal histories, including one guy who illegally entered the United States 10 times.
Wow, 10 times. Holy shit. He came in illegally 10 times.
Just obtained new information about last week's raid at a strip club in Dallas. Homeland Security officials tell us ICE agents arrested 41 people at the Chicas Bonitas Cabaret off Harry Hines.
What is up, guys? Tyson De La Cruz here. Thank you so much for rocking with me. This is exactly what we voted for. No more catch and release, no more games, no more treating human trafficking like another administration violation. The gloves are completely off. Let me break down exactly what happened at Chica Bonita's Cabaret on Harry Hines Boulevard, because this operation shows you the difference between serious federal action and weak failed policies that we've been dealing with for years.
Well, yeah, Chris, it was this strip here off Harry Hines where local, federal, and state officials arrested 41 people. It happened, like you said, at this strip club behind me, Chicas Bonitas. But what led officials here to begin with was suspected human trafficking.
This wasn't a random sweep. This was a coordinated operation based on criminal search warrants for human trafficking and illegal employment. When you see Homeland Security Investigations, ICE, Dallas Police Department, Texas DPS, U.S. Marshals, and the Texas Alcohol and Beverage Commission, and the IRS Criminal Investigation Division all working together, you got some serious problems. The results speak for themselves. 41 arrested, $30,000 in cash seized, business records confiscated, and a suspected human trafficking operation shut down. 29 of those arrested were illegally working at this establishment. This is what happens when you have leadership that actually enforces the law instead of making excuses.
Now, according to ICE, this bust happened last Friday. 41 people, including 29 suspected of working in the club, were taken into custody by ICE officials for immigration violations. Now, during the raid, officials also seized $30,000 in business records.
The neighboring business owner described the scene. I heard about raids like that, but I didn't expect this. There were so many armed men and women, and it was quite frightening. Good. That is exactly the kind of response human traffickers should fear. The car dealer next door said the helicopters got his attention first. Then he saw the entire area, about 3/4 to a full acre, filled with police cars, SWAT vehicles, and unmarked vehicles, all with their lights on. This is what serious law enforcement looks like. Now let's talk about who they caught, because this is where it gets really interesting and really infuriating. At least 5 of these individuals have extensive criminal history. Go figure that. I'm talking about serious crimes, crimes, not administration violations like the open border crowd wants you to believe. Based on the pattern that we're seeing in similar operations, we're looking at repeat offenders who should have been permanently removed from our country years ago. These are people who have been gaming our broken immigration system while committing crimes against American communities.
I, of course, heard about raids like that, but I didn't expect the ferocity in it. There were so many armed men and women that it was quite frightening.
ICE says they're still processing those who've been taken into custody, but they've already confirmed that at least 5 individuals have prior criminal convictions. Operations like this, we typically see patterns of assault, drug trafficking, DUIs, and other violent crimes. Now, here's what really gets me fired up. In similar cases, we've seen individuals who illegally entered the United States multiple times. Some of these individuals have rap sheets that include aggravated assault, drug possession, DUIs, and other serious crimes. These aren't people seeking a better life. These are criminals exploiting our broken immigration system. The fact that these individuals were able to operate a suspected human trafficking ring while having a criminal history shows you exactly what's wrong with our immigration enforcement. Under the previous administration, under Joey Biden, these people would have been released into American communities with a notice to appear that they never honor. Now let's talk about what this operation represents, because human trafficking isn't just about immigration. It's about the exploitation of vulnerable people for profit. When you have the IRS Criminal Investigation Division involved, that means that there was money laundering included in this operation. When you need SWAT teams and U.S. Marshals, that means that these people were absolutely dangerous. HSI Dallas suspect the club housed a sex trafficking operation, and they were working to identify potential victims. This is the part that should make every American's blood boil. Vulnerable people, many of them brought here illegally, being exploited by criminal organizations.
Homeland Security investigations agents swept into Chica's Bonitas Cabaret on Harry Hines last Thursday. ICE officers arresting 41 undocumented migrants, saying 29 of them worked inside the club illegally. Right next door at Global Cars, a car dealer said the helicopters first got his attention.
The $30,000 in cash they seized, that's just what they found on the premise. I guarantee you this operation was generating a lot more money than that, and I guarantee you none of it was being reported to the IRS. That's why you need federal tax investigators involved in this operation. When federal agents seize business records in an operation like this, they're building a case that goes far beyond people being arrested, tracking down where the money flows to identify other locations and mapping out the entire criminal network. This option involved multiple agencies because human trafficking is serious business. These criminal organizations don't just exploit people, they launder money, evade taxes, violate liquor licenses, and create entire ecosystems of illegal activity. Now let's address the elephant in the room here, the business impact. A neighboring car dealer mentioned that his predominantly Hispanic customer base has slowed down since raids, saying that they're afraid that they're going to get deported.
ICE says they're still processing those taken into custody, but they can say right now at least 5 of the individuals that they've arrested do have prior criminal convictions.
Here's my response to that. If you're here legally, you have absolutely nothing to fear. These operations target criminals and people who are here, guess what? Illegally. If your customer base is afraid of ICE raids, that tells you something about the legal status of your customer base, doesn't it? The car dealer said the strip club had tight security and were good neighbors. Really? Good neighbors don't run human trafficking operations. Good neighbors don't employ people illegally. Good neighbors don't create environments where federal agents need to conduct armed raids.
There's no one to buy anything. No one's doing anything. And they're not going to buy a car if there's a fear that they might be deported.
Let's be clear about something. Every single person arrested in this operation was taking a job from an American citizen or legal immigrant. Every dollar that business made was built on illegal labor and criminal activity. Every day this operation continued was another day that human trafficking victims suffered.
We usually have a lot more walk-in customers, but it's just no one's coming around this area. We don't know the extent of it. It's only been a few days. It's only been since the weekend, but we do fear it's going to have an impact.
The neighboring business owner said that he never saw anything suspicious and that the club kept tight security. That's exactly the problem. These operations hide in plain sight because we've normalized illegal activity in our communities. When strip clubs running human trafficking operations are considered quote unquote normal parts of our community, we've lost our way in this society. The fact that this business operated openly with good neighbor status shows how normalized this criminal activity has become.
Didn't seem like they were being cloistered or held or anything like that. So I can't imagine. They said that there was human trafficking.
The car dealer told us Chicas Bonitas kept tight security and had been, in his word, good neighbors.
This raid comes at a time when ICE facilities are literally under attack. Just last Wednesday, 29-year-old Joshua John opened fire on ICE detention facility in Dallas, shooting 3 detainees. One person died that day, and just a few days ago, officials confirmed a second victim has died from his injuries.
Investigators say 29-year-old Joshua John opened fire at an ICE detention facility in Dallas, shooting 3 detainees. One person died that day, and just yesterday, officials confirmed a second victim has now died from his injuries.
Think about that for a second. While ICE agents are risking their lives to shut down human trafficking operations, their own facilities are being targeted by violent criminals. This is the environment our federal agents are working in. The people who died in that ICE facility shooting, they had extensive criminal histories too. They were here illegally committing crimes against American communities. And when federal agents tried to do their job, somebody opened fire on them. This is the cost of sanctuary policies. This is what happens when local government refuses to work with ICE. This is what happens when we treat immigration enforcement like it's optional instead of mandatory. ICE says they're still processing the suspects from the raid and working to identify any victims of human trafficking. That means that this investigation is far from over, and that means that there are probably more criminal enterprises operating in Dallas right now. Special agent in charge said they're committed to eradicate vile individuals of sex trafficking from our local communities. That's the kind of language we need to hear more of, not comprehensive immigration reform or pathway to citizenship BS, but eradicating criminal enterprises that exploit vulnerable people. This operation represents something much bigger than just one strip club in Dallas. This is what happens when you have federal leadership that takes human trafficking seriously. This is what happens when agencies work together instead of being hamstrung by political correctness. When you see Homeland Security, ICE, local police, state troopers, U.S. Marshals, alcohol beverage control, and IRS criminal investigators all working together, that's not an accident. That is coordination. That is leadership. That is what America First law enforcement looks like.
Rolled up, and it was filled. The whole Chicas Bonitas, which is about a 3/4 of an acre, maybe a full acre, filled with police cars and SWAT vehicles and unmarked vehicles, and all of them had their lights on and everything else.
The message is simple. If you're here illegally, especially if you're committing crimes, your time is up. If you're running criminal enterprises, we're coming for you. And if you're exploiting vulnerable people through human trafficking, you're going to face the full force of American law enforcement. This is why we need more operations like this. This is why we need federal agents who aren't afraid to do their job. This is why we need local law enforcement to cooperate with ICE instead of obstructing them. The people of Dallas deserve to know where their tax dollars are being used to protect them, not to enable criminal enterprise. They deserve to know that when a business in their community is breaking federal law, that there's going to be consequences. America, this is what real immigration enforcement looks like. After years of catch and release policies that allowed criminal organizations to operate with impunity, we finally have leadership that's serious about protecting American communities. The scenes we witness in Dallas might be dramatic, but they're also necessary. Every person arrested had the opportunity to come here legally. Every business owner had the opportunity to follow the law. Every criminal had the opportunity to choose a different path.
Well, Homeland Security says that $30,000 as well as business records were seized from Chicas Bonitas as part of their investigation.
For anyone worried about impact on business, good. Businesses don't rely on illegal labor and human trafficking to survive. Legitimate businesses that follow the law have nothing to fear from these operations. This is what America First law enforcement looks like. This is what happens when you put American communities first instead of protecting criminals. And this is exactly the kind of operation we need to see in every city across the country. The message is crystal clear. If you're exploiting vulnerable people, if you're here illegally committing crimes, if you're running criminal enterprises in American communities, your time is up. Justice is coming, and it's wearing a badge. Let me know what you guys think about this. Drop it down in the comment section down below. Smash the like button if you kindly would. Share, subscribe, and as always, guys, I'll catch you on the next one.
Thank you guys for seeing another awesome upload. Tyson here every Thursday.
Forced labor,
7:30.
terror through text messages.
Yeah, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Thursdays, and 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time in the Pacific. I'm getting the story here set up at the same time because I got one last one. Well, let me not say that. Let me check first, see if there's anything breaking. I like to check before I leave if there's anything like worth going after. Let me see. Okay. I mean, this one is kind of worth watching. So give me a second. I mean, I do have some craziness that happened last night with the ice. There is some craziness. Let me see if it's. Let me just make sure there's no violence on here. But this is what happened last night, and this was in Illinois, Chicago. You guys won this one. We're gonna watch it. We're gonna watch it, and let me resize it. And let's go ahead, and we got two before we watch the last of Tyson De La Cruz. Because then I'm going to get off of here and then go have me some lunch and enjoy the beautiful day. Okay. All right. So let's see here. Let's start off with this one. I think this one we could start off with. All right, let's check it out.
The Supreme Court is back in session tomorrow, and we're taking a look at some of the top cases on the docket this term. From a challenge to President Trump's sweeping tariffs to arguments over the president's ability to fire people, the High Court will also take on the hotly debated issue of transgender athletes in girls' sports and redistricting battles across the country. Here to break it down is former Whitewater Deputy Independent Counsel and Fox News contributor Sol Weisenberg. I mean, Sol, there's a lot going on here that the Supreme Court's going to be taking a look at. Big cultural issues, executive power as well, even looking at some of these congressional maps and gerrymandering issues. Which case are you paying the most attention to?
Boy, that's really hard to say. This is going to be one of these because they're all so important. It's one of the most, Lisa, one of the most consequential Supreme Court terms in recent memory, and we've had a lot of consequential terms. I think to me, the most important are the Trump versus Slaughter and Trump versus Cook, the two that involve his ability to fire certain federal employees. Lisa Cook is a Federal Reserve Board member, and then Rebecca Slaughter is a member of the Federal Trade Commission Board. And I think you're going to have different results there. I think he will be prevented from firing Lisa Cook of the Federal Reserve Board and will be allowed to fire Rebecca Slaughter of the Federal Trade Commission because of the special the special function and features of the Federal Reserve Act. And that's what's going to govern the Lisa Cook case.
Interesting. I wanted to get your take on this as well with what's going on with the individual who tried to kill Brett Kavanaugh. Let's look at that for a second. So this Biden-appointed judge has been slammed for a lenient 8-year sentence in Kavanaugh assassination plot. So this is what was noted. So Judge Deborah Boardman, a Biden appointee, said she factored into the sentence her concern about Trump's executive order requiring transgender inmates to be detained in prisons that correspond to their sex at birth. So this individual, Nicholas, who wants to go by Sophie, showed up at Brett Kavanaugh's place, tried to assassinate him with a pistol, a knife, a crowbar, tactical gear. But because Nicholas, I guess, wants to go by Sophie, he gets 8 years instead of the recommended 30. Why?
What?
And what does this mean?
Well, I don't think a 30-year sentence was ever a realistic possibility. I disagree. First of all, she's a I have found her to, she is a very conscientious sentencing judge. I disagree with her factoring in the way that inmates are assigned in prison. I think that may be a problem with the sentence. But she was also affected by the fact that Sophie, if we're going to call Sophie that, decided to turn herself in once she saw deputy marshals out there. Yes, she saw the marshals, but she had not. The judge thought that was significant, and
okay, but
hold
on.
All
so,
of these cases.
But okay,
yeah.
Well, I say Nicholas because he's a man, but you do what you want to do. But to me, it's Nicholas. But 8 years. I mean, we're already having Charlie Kirk was just assassinated.
I just didn't remember his name.
Yeah, but no, I get it. But Charlie Kirk was just assassinated. We're increasingly living in this culture where Democrats are making excuses for this sort of behavior, and then you have a judge who gives 8 years to someone who shows up at Brett Kavanaugh's house with a whole list of things, clearly with the intention of killing him. I mean, is 8 years enough? What message does this send, Saul? That's what worries me here.
It worries me too. I don't think it's enough of a sentence. I haven't read the sentencing memos. I haven't read everything, but no, I think it's clearly too lenient of a sentence. Whether or not the government's going to appeal will be an interesting question.
All right. Well, we'll take a look at it.
I do know this. I do know this. I do know this. She is a very intelligent judge, and she is very careful when she engages in sentencing. So if they're going to get her reversed on appeal, it'll have to be because it's a substantively unreasonable sentence. I guarantee you she did everything procedurally correct when she sentenced Nicholas / Sophie.
I want to go on the record of saying I have zero respect for the judge for citing that issue, the transgender issue, as some sort of excuse and then giving a slap on the hand to someone who's showing up at a Supreme Court justice's house trying to assassinate him with a whole list of things, including a knife and a gun. So with respect,
he should have got at least
share that same sentiment.
20 plus.
Thank you for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Thank you.
I'm Steve.
Yeah, 8 years is very little.
Click here to subscribe.
That's a very little amount. 8 years for attempted assassination? I guess. I mean, it warrants about 15 plus. 15 plus, and if he does get out, he has to be on mandatory, like he has to be monitored, mandatory. I don't know for how long, but and he's not allowed to own any weapons and a whole bunch of shit they could throw at him. But 8 years, I mean, it is pretty low. I'm not gonna lie, but it is pretty low. Let's check out and see what happened last night with ICE. This is pretty crazy. This is coming from, let's see, who is this? News to Share. So, courtesy of News to Share, we're going to see what happened last night with Chicago, out of all places. Let's see.
Get back! Get back! Get back!
Cars are trying to move.
Let's go! Get out of the road now!
And these people dancing in the middle of the road.
You will go to jail! Get out of the road! You're obstructing traffic! You're a violation of the law! Get out of the road! Get out of the road! Get out of You are in the road! This is pavement, that is road! Get out of the road!
Oh shit.
Watch curve. Watch the curve. Watch out.
doing, fucker? He's moving too slow. They're pushing them back. Well, that's her problem. She should have been there.
Unlawful assembly. This is an unlawful assembly. You are being warned right now. If you do not disperse and get off the streets, you will be subject to arrest. Unlawful assembly. You are blocking the
Unlawful
thoroughfare.
assembly.
Get
Wow.
off the road, or I will arrest you all.
Even though the reporters, whoever is in the middle there, even
Get on the
media.
road, I will arrest you. Get on the road. Troopers. Push them this way off that. Form a skirmish. Push them onto the sidewalk. Get back!
Let's go this way. Go around.
Tell him he's under arrest.
Oh, shit. Somebody.
I'm gonna arrest somebody. There you go. Even the media, all these people that are in the way with the cameras, they should be more held responsible than anything. Only because they want to get the picture doesn't mean that it's like right for you to be interfering.
He's in a public street right now. You get your
public street right now. I know the law. This is a public street. This is a public sidewalk. But you are in an unlawful assembly. So yes, the police are going to intervene and break it up and arrest people. Yeah, people, they can't even scream. Like, shame. Shame.
You are state officers. You're supposed to be here for us.
You're supposed to be here for us.
State.
You're the state.
Does this feel right?
You're the state. Come on.
You moved it over here and then you arrested him. We are not going to allow you to block traffic on major thoroughfares. But you went after him. Go back to the protest area or go home. Why did you target him?
Shut up. We're not here to answer your question. We're not here to answer your question. You're going to be arrested.
You know what you're doing is wrong. You're saying you're keeping us safe. You're keeping us
Shut
safe.
up. Go
Because
home.
if you were, you would have actually removed that fence so that police officers and so that firefighters could go through Beach Street. But you haven't taken down the fence.
Shut
You're
up.
blocking traffic.
This is a
You're
joke.
blocking traffic.
You're stupid. All these police officers are automatically turning into Republicans.
You're welcome to go back to the designated protest area or disperse on your own. But you're being advised, the Illinois State Police, we will arrest you for an unlawful assembly. This is now a public safety issue. It's a danger to the public, yourselves, and others. Disperse immediately. This is your warning.
We are.
They're gonna start arresting.
There's no such thing as a fucking protest area. We live in America. You guys like the Second Amendment? What about the First?
You're gonna trip over that rock.
You're with the wrong
Would it be a beautiful world if you guys were marching
I'm with the wrong
us
group.
like this? This would be
You're
cool
with the
as
wrong
fuck
group,
if
buddy.
You guys were marching with us right now. Helps if you turn
All of
around
this,
when you
all
walk.
of this, all of this is going to be remembered. All of this.
Oh,
Have a
it's
nice
gonna
day,
be
sir.
They're
remembered.
going to come after you
guys
too
are
next.
so
You're
stupid.
next.
What is wrong with these liberals? You're just crazy. Wow.
After the way, him and that. Go home! Go home! Go home!
Rest it up.
Go!
Go that way. Go that way.
Well, they're gonna start arresting.
Go that way.
They're gonna arrest them. They're not gonna care. Peaceful protest. Hey, they're learning how to walk backwards. Walking backwards. Keep walking backwards. Keep walking backwards. Keep walking backwards. This is stupid people. Shut up with your microphone, your blowhorn. Look, everybody has a blowhorn. Everybody has a microphone. Everyone has a blowhorn.
Hey, turn the music back on.
Run. No, the dancing again. Didn't we see the dancing like a while back? A few days ago, didn't we see the dancing?
This is where we go.
Dancing queen. And all this is being recorded by their body cams. They all got body cams.
They're fucking kidnappers. 30%.
Get out of the street.
Look, they're dancing. They should have arrested these idiots. What the hell's going on here?
Okay.
Now they start dancing?
What if it was your child?
If you were my child, I will whoop your ass. If you were my child, I will. Man, they will put me in jail. They will put me in jail. I will whoop your ass with anything I was able to find. If I'm wearing a sandal, that sandal's going to be up your ass.
People move, you can move back.
But you're going to arrest me anyway, right? If people behind me make it so I can't move further backwards, I just want to get this on video.
I don't listen to expense, man. I'm not trying to.
No, it's fine. I got shot at earlier today.
We want our country back! We want our country back!
It's frustrating.
It comes across, though. It comes across. What puts you back? Like, what are you talking about? That's the ice.
What did she do?
Leave her alone! 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 Leave her alone!
Let it go.
Her is going to jail then.
People united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated.
I thought it was divided, but they changed it to defeated. No, that's cute. They changed the divided to. Yeah, whatever. Hey, they got somebody. We got the chubby one. All right, we got the fat one here.
Hasn't been run my rights to being arrested. Listen, I'll read you your rights.
Listen, I'll read you your rights.
Man, I make money to ask me. It's a bad.
Oh, he's reading his rights.
Stand by.
He's stupid for saying that. Now he got read his rights on camera.
Get out the street. They'll fucking tackle you. Get out the street. They're gonna tackle you.
Wow, they read him his rights, and they put him in the paddy wagon.
We're here for you.
Prisoner of war.
Prisoner of war. Listen to that. They said prisoner of war. What the fuck is going on? That's crazy, man. That's just. Oh, why I torture myself like this? I don't know why, but we're gonna wrap up the show with one last Tyson de la Cruz, and then we're done because I've had enough. If there's breaking news, if there's really big news for me to come back on, then I will come back on, but I'm not going to be on here tonight. Other than that, I am not going to come back on. I'm going to take the night off. I got a lot of things I got to do tomorrow. But if there's breaking news, that's the only exception. I will come back on. Other than that, enjoy the night, enjoy the beautiful day wherever you're located. And with that said, let's watch this last Tyson de la Cruz.
Forced labor, terror through text messages, denied food and sleep, all to support a luxury lifestyle.
America, we just got the full details on one of the most shocking religious fraud cases in modern history. The Kingdom of God Global Church, a fake ministry that made $50 million by forcing people to work 20-hour shifts for zero pay while the leaders bought Bentleys, Rolls Royces, and $10,000 worth of king crab legs. This isn't just religious fraud, folks. This is modern day slavery with the cross on top.
She basically said that they starved her, they mentally and psychologically abused her, they used scripture and hell to condemn her. It was almost like a loyalty program. They had to defend the top person and their ministry.
What is up, guys? Tyson de la Cruz here. Thank you so much for rocking with me. This is a follow-up to the story that we covered about a month ago when this case first broke, and now we have the full federal indictment, and the details of this are absolutely sickening. These predators use people's faith against them, promise spiritual rewards while delivering physical and psychological torture. Let me break down the scope of this criminal enterprise because the numbers here are absolutely staggering. David Taylor called himself apostle and claimed to be Jesus' best friend with the keys to the kingdom on earth. Michelle Brennan was his business partner in what federal prosecutors are calling a sophisticated money laundering operation disguised as a church. Since 2014, they collected approximately $50 million in donations, all generated by forced labor. But here's what makes this case particularly disturbing. They operated across multiple states with properties in Michigan, Florida, Texas, and Missouri.
They're not using the money for good. They're literally using it to fund their very lavish lifestyle.
The Tampa mansion alone housed 57 workers and victims, some underage, all crammed into shared living spaces and sleeping on floors. This wasn't some small-time religious scam. This was an interstate human trafficking operation with real estate holding worth millions of dollars.
Behind the doors of glamorous multi-million-dollar mansions, federal investigators describe a harrowing human trafficking operation disguised as a church ministry.
What's particularly infuriating is how they use religious authority to justify their crimes. Taylor told workers that God would kill government officials and that he would make sure he'd do too. This is domestic terrorism disguised as religion, and it operated for over a decade before federal authorities finally acted. Now let's talk about the systematic abuse these criminals inflicted on their victims. Workers couldn't eat, sleep, or use the bathroom without permission. When they didn't meet donation quotas, they got rebuked, which meant they were screamed at inches away from their face and forced them to kneel and repent. The text messages revealed in court documents show the true nature of these so-called spiritual leaders. Nobody gets lunch or dinner. You're going to press another 5 hours. Make sure nobody eats until these numbers change. That is not spiritual discipline. That is starvation as punishment.
Text messages outlined in the indictment against David Taylor and Michelle Brennan paint a chilling picture of the abuse endured by the alleged victims being forced to work in the ministry's call centers.
But it gets worse. Taylor threatened to put workers on a regimen of only peanut butter and jelly. Brennan texts he can die for this, about a worker not meeting expectations. These are not spiritual leaders. They were slave drivers with smartphones.
Church members who didn't comply were allegedly punished with physical and verbal abuse called rebukings that could last hours. The indictment states victims were punished if they didn't meet Taylor's donation quotas.
The psychological control was just as brutal as the physical abuse. They broke up marriages, forced people to cut contacts with family, and made them completely dependent on the church for survival. Classic cult control tactics: isolate the victims so they have nowhere to run. These criminals were so sophisticated in how they targeted and recruited victims. They promised people seeking spiritual fulfillment as a unique closeness to God in a 20-year process that would give them everything that they desired. Classic cult recruitment, love bombing followed by total control. The recruitment tactics specifically targeted people in vulnerable situations, those seeking meaning, dealing with personal struggles, or looking for community. Once they had them hooked with promises of spiritual advancement, the controlism started kicking.
That's not the spirit of Christ, that you have to follow me. You have to be a part of my church, or else you're defying God. It really is. Those are the markings of a cult.
What makes this case particularly evil is how they weaponize scripture to justify abuse. They use people's genuine faith and desire to serve God as a tool of manipulation and control. When victims questioned the treatment, they were told that they were defying God or being quote unquote wicked. Workers were called wicked, stupid, Lucifer, forced to kneel and repent in front of everyone. This is psychological torture disguised as spiritual discipline. They took people's deepest beliefs and turned them into instruments of oppression.
David John says his family member started to lose contact with family after joining Taylor's church.
It should have really created more concern and more of an alarm that there's this large amount of time where they're not all of a sudden not communicating.
The isolation tactics were systematic. Family members watched their loved ones disappear into this organization, cutting off all outside contacts. This should have been a massive red flag, but the quote-unquote church operated with impunity for years. While workers were sleeping in cramped quarters without proper bedding and being denied food for missed quotas, Taylor and Brennan were living like royalty. The contrast is absolutely sickening when you see the specific purchases outlined in the federal indictment. Bentley Continental with the $70,000 down payment, Rolls-Royce with a $123,000 lease signing, a $105,000 boat, multiple Mercedes vehicles, ATVs, and jet skis. They spent more on king crab legs than most Americans make in 6 months.
Court documents released this week reveal what exactly authorities found. Several Mercedes-Benz and Bentley sedans topped with gift bows and crates containing life-sized expensive stone statues and decorative pillars for landscape installation.
But here's what really shows the scope of the criminal enterprise. Brennan had $500,000 in gold bars and $60,000 in cash in her bedroom. This wasn't just religious fraud. This was a systematic money laundering operation with multiple bank accounts, PayPal, and other financial platforms to move money around. The financial structure shows this was organized crime masquerading as religion. They used tax-exempt status of religious organizations to avoid scrutiny while building a criminal empire worth tens of millions of dollars. Now let's talk about the massive government failure that allowed this to operate for over a decade. A church making $50 million and buying luxury cars should have triggered automatic audits and investigation. Where was the IRS? Where was state regulators? These criminals hid behind religious freedoms to commit federal crimes. They use First Amendment as a shield to violate everyone's principles of human dignity. This is exactly why we need better oversight of organizations claiming religious exemptions. The operation crossed state lines, Michigan, Missouri, Florida, Texas, and involved interstate commerce through their call centers. This should have been on the federal radar years ago, not after they made $50 million off of human suffering.
According to their website, they're affiliated with what's called the Kingdom of God Global Church.
Federal investigators spent a lot of time over the past day here at Joshua Media Ministries International, and the investigation, as you can imagine, is still very much active.
The fact that this operated as Joshua Media Ministries International and then rebranded as Kingdom of God Global Church shows they were sophisticated enough to restructure when needed. How did regulatory agencies miss this particular pattern? Religious organizations get tax exemptions to serve their communities, but not buy Rolls Royces and enslave people. The IRS needs to expose explain how an organization generated this much revenue while engaging in obvious criminal activity, avoided scrutiny for so long. When federal authorities finally acted, they didn't mess around at this. Multiple state raids hitting properties in Florida, Texas, Missouri, and Michigan simultaneously. The evidence that they collected is overwhelming. 8 named victims, thousands of text messages, financial records, and recordings of meetings.
Case against 53-year-old David Taylor and 56-year-old Michelle Brannon exposed during a multi-state raid the morning of August 27th.
This conduct apparently spanned across several states.
The charges are serious: conspiracy to commit forced labor, 5 counts of forced labor, and money laundering conspiracy. Each forced labor counts carries up to 20 years in prison. The feds are finally treating this like the serious crime that it is.
Former U.S. Attorney Matthew Schneider says federal prosecutors have crucial pieces of evidence that will help their case if it goes to trial.
Number one, they have the text messages from the defendants talking about the crime. That's always some of the best evidence.
The evidence strength is particularly important because Brennan tried to change her name as she had access to $150,000 on credit limits across multiple financial platforms. She's a flight risk with skills to raise money and disappear. Good. Keep her locked up until trial. What's encouraging here is that federal prosecutors have learned from the past cases. They have victim statements, financial records, and direct communication from the defendants. This isn't a he said, she said. This is documented systematic abuse. This case raises some critical questions about the balance between religious freedom and criminal accountability. Religious freedom doesn't include the right to enslave people. We need to be clear that the First Amendment protects legitimate religious practices, not criminal enterprises hiding behind crosses. Unfortunately, cases like this make people suspicious of legitimate religious organizations. These predators just didn't hurt their victims. They damaged faith communities everywhere by exploiting trust in religious authority. The challenge for law enforcement is distinguishing between legitimate religious practices and criminal exploitation. But when you have people working 20-hour days without pay, living in basement quarters, and being denied food, that's not religious devotion. That is slavery, plain and simple. We need better resources for cult victims and clearer pathways for people to report religious abuse. Many victims don't even realize that they're being exploited because it's wrapped into spiritual language and justified through scripture. The warning signs of this need to be widely known: isolation from family, unpaid labor, control over their daily lives, punishment for questioning authority. These patterns should trigger investigations regardless of religious claims. Now let's talk about the 8 victims who had the courage to come forward and testify. These people endured years of abuse, isolation, and exploitation. Their bravery in speaking out is what made this prosecution possible.
The family members have been waiting for so many years for their family member, for their loved one to come back.
Leslie's good friend never made it back to her family. She passed away from cancer while still working for the church.
The human cost of this criminal enterprise goes beyond the financial fraud. People died while trapped in this system. Families were destroyed. Children grew up without their parents who were enslaved by these criminals. The recovery process for cult victims is complex and very long term. These people need to rebuild their identities, reconnect with their families, and learn to function in an outside world after years of total control.
Leslie says the victims deserve justice.
Unfortunately, too many people were hurt in the midst of all of this. So I know it's going to be a process, but I know we are going to find out the truth.
America, this case exposes the reality of modern slavery operating in plain sight in our communities. When criminals use religious authority to enslave people for over a decade while making $50 million, we have some serious problems with our oversight system. Michelle Brannon is now facing up to 20 years per count, and she should get every dang day of it. Anyone who uses religion to enslave people deserves the full weight of federal prosecution. This case sends a message to other predators hiding behind religious authority. Federal law enforcement is watching, and victims are finding the courage to speak out. The director said it best: this is only the tip of the iceberg. How many other religious organizations are operating similar schemes? How many other victims are still trapped in a system like this across America? We need radical transparency for tax-exempt religious organizations. When a quote-unquote church is making $50 million buying luxury cars, that should have triggered automatic audits and investigations. We need better protection for religious religious abuse victims and clearer enforcement of labor laws regardless of religious claims. Let me know what you guys think about this. Drop it down in the comment section down below. Smash the like button if you kindly would. Share, subscribe, and as always, guys, I'll catch you on the next one.
Thank you. Now I am done with the show. I am officially done. I'm tired. It was a good long 4.5, almost close to 4.5 hours. You got me early on that early bird, but now it's early afternoon and I gotta go. And I'm gonna enjoy this evening. I'm taking the evening off, and I'm gonna enjoy the day. Maybe go out and get something to eat. I wanna go out and have a nice steak. You know, I want to have me a steak and I don't know, a salad. All I'm thinking about right now is Texas Roadhouse. I love Texas Roadhouse. It's one of my best places to go to eat my sirloin steak. And the best part about it is they cook it really good and they taste delicious. And it's very good for me. It usually helps me with my energy because my doctors told me I have to eat more red meat. They told me I have to eat more red meat because I'm anemic also. So it's just my whole fucking system is just fucked right now. Okay, so I want to go eat me a steak, and I hope you guys eat a steak too. If not, eat something good. Eat something that you will love and enjoy. And with that said, continue having a good morning, good afternoon, and a good night wherever you're at. And I'll catch y'all on the flip side. I'll be back on here tomorrow. And bearing if there's no like special report or breaking news that has me to come back here, interrupt, and and show you guys what's going on. If nothing like that happens, have a good night. Enjoy yourselves and enjoy the day because it is beautiful out there. Enjoy it while we still have it because, especially up here in the Northeast, it's going to get cold. With that said, I'll see y'all later. Peace.